both in and out of the gym. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, PSA and T-test, and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
I'm Rob Wilhite. If you've been in a car accident, you need experience that wins. For almost 50 years in Colorado, my firm has recovered over $1 billion for crash victims. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
The Drive is heading to Aurora Hills Golf Course on July 17th from 2 to 6 p.m. Zach By and Philip Lindsay live from Aurora's original municipal course, a centrally located gem with great course conditions and reasonable fees. Live broadcast at Aurora Hills Golf Course July 17th.
Anything that distracts you while driving is dangerous. Driving while texting can be deadly. So put it down. It can wait. Shift into safe. Don't drive distracted. A message from the Colorado Department of Transportation.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Denver Sports 104.3 The
The slowest sports day of the year has come and gone. You made it. Baseball returns tonight. The Rockies will be back in action tomorrow night. We've got the British Open going on right now. A great World Cup game yesterday between Argentina and England. The Nuggets, their offseason continues to be lackluster, but maybe a bit of hope today. We'll pass that along. Plus, the Avalanche's schedule will come out in exactly an hour, 11 a.m., all 84 of those suckers as the NHL expands from 82 to 84. So plenty to get into, even though it feels a little slow in the sports world. What's going on, James?
What's up, Will?
How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm playing hurt.
You are?
So I'm going to try to get through these 4 hours. But you and I, we've done DST a lot. It's been a while since we've done an entire show. So really looking forward to it. Even though it's kind of the quote-unquote slow time of sports, you're right. There's a ton to talk about, so I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's begin with what happened yesterday afternoon. Great game between Argentina and England. We're going to tie this back to Denver sports throughout the show because there was a lot of things going on. Comebacks galore, choking galore. What did you make of what we witnessed in the semis down there in Atlanta? I mean, England gets one, and it's like, we won. It's like, no, you're playing Messi. You're playing Argentina. This is what they've done the whole tournament. The comeback kids, they pulled it off again. Looked like we were destined for extra time, and Argentina said, you know what? We're just going to win this thing right now.
Well, a couple of things. One, the better team won. Argentina, even when they were down 1-0, you're like, how are they trailing? Like, they just seemed far superior to an England team that's really, really good. So the result, I think, was just. We'll put it that way. But, yes, it was another example in sports where when you play not to lose, you end up losing. Prevent defense, right? How many times do we see it? That's exactly what England did. They had 11 guys, counting the goaltender, all back, playing defense, trying not to give up that equalizer, and sure enough, they end up giving it up because I think I saw the stat today that after they went up 1-0, England had possession of the ball 12% of the time.
That's crazy.
So they just let Argentina have the ball all the time. Like at some point, especially when you have the best player in the world on your team, they're going to score. The other part of it was and we've seen this a few times in sports where you're like, man, these are the best players in the world, and still one guy stands out so much better than everybody else. Messi is ridiculous.
He's unbelievable.
Like and I know he didn't score. He had both the assists, though. Like his passes, it's almost like when the ball's in midair, it's on a string, and he can just slow it down and drop it right where he wants to. Like his ability to do that was just, it was mesmerizing to watch. And again, you're watching the best players in the world, and he stands out as so much better. It was like when Tiger was in his prime. These are the greatest golfers on planet Earth, and this guy's head and shoulders above the rest of them. That's what was fun for me. So, it's just a treat when you get to watch guys like that, whether you're rooting for Argentina or not. It's a little bit like, and this is going to be sacrilege here in Denver, but by the time Tom Brady was wrapping up his career, you get to the point where it's like, as a sports fan, I'm just privileged that I get to watch this guy in his prime. Somebody that good. Jordan was in that category. Tiger was in that category. Messi clearly in that category, and it sets up for a great final on Sunday. But yeah, man, it was must-see TV. Edge of my seat. I didn't have any action on it. Obviously don't have a rooting interest. And it was tremendous theater.
Yeah, absolutely great theater. We'll get Argentina and Spain on Sunday in the World Cup final. There's that wonky third-place game. Can you imagine if they made the Broncos and the Rams play a third-place game last year after both losing their conference title games? Stiddy against the Rams. I don't think many people would have tuned into that. I think we would have had to because the Broncos played, but it is weird that soccer is the only sport. It's like, oh, you just lost the most heartbreaking game of your life. Then you get to go play for third. And I get in the Olympics they have to do that too to settle the bronze medal ultimately, but that makes more sense to me in the Olympics, gold, silver, bronze. In the World Cup, it's like if I'm England, I just want to go home, right? Like if I'm France, I choked against Spain. I was the favorite and I fell apart, lost 2-0, never could generate any offense. I don't think that game on Saturday, the third place game, there's going to be some pride, I guess, once they're on the field, but it is funny that in America, we always quip about soccer. Well, here's another thing to quip about. Why in the world are we playing a third-place game in this tournament?
It's silly. But England and France playing a third-place game on American soil, there's a joke in there somewhere. It just kind of feels apropos. So, they'll have a line, I'll tune in.
Yeah, there will be action, that is for sure. And it kind of feels like bowl season. They always say in college football, whichever team wants to be there versus which team doesn't want to be there is the way to go. We'll see if England or France wants to be there if they want to go home. But does Argentina feel like a team of destiny? Because this has been a tournament where they have erased deficit after deficit, not only in the preliminary round, but in the knockout round as well. They're never dead. They're never dead. Even yesterday, it's at the 83rd minute, and I'm like, Argentina's going to win this soccer game down 1-0. It had that vibe. Do they feel like a team of destiny? And did you ever get a sense with a Denver team? You've covered the teams here. You've rooted for the teams here a long time of that team's going to win it all, and they ultimately did.
The second Broncos Super Bowl team you just knew was going to win the championship. It was a matter of, hey, can they go undefeated? But it felt like a foregone conclusion. Maybe, I would say one of those Avs teams, 95, no, it was they just got here. We didn't really know what we had.
01 Ray Borg.
01 that team, but they had lost the year before with Ray Borg.
They had.
So it never really felt like, oh yeah, this is destined to happen. You're just going to cruise to it. The closest anything in Colorado sports history has been of like, this is happening and I don't know what could derail it, was the 98 Broncos. Argentina does feel like a team of destiny. Whether they're playing Cape Verde or yesterday, they're able to come back and pull a rabbit out of their hat. That is dangerous though. Right, you're playing with fire, and it only has to burn you one time, and all of a sudden, oh, wow, that went for naught. So that is a dangerous thing to continually flirt with. The other thing about it, two other quick observations on it.
Yep.
One, they make all these subs, and they bring in their offensive firepower guys. I think they made all 5 subs. I know England got close to it as well, but like watching that team, and I know you're playing it out. It's 90 minutes and blah blah blah. But like, they were so much better with those guys on the field. Like, hey, coach, maybe that's your group. The other thing, I've been so impressed with and mesmerized by the talent that's on the field, but World Cup goaltenders are awful. They're so bad. It's like they're the worst athlete in their country. Like, none of them can catch. I got a big old cast on my hand. I could do what they do. They just dive and knock the ball down. How many goals have we seen where it hits the goaltender right in the hand?
Bad rebounds.
And it bounces right back. Everybody else just kind of stands and watches it, which is like sports 101. Don't watch the ball. and then the rebound gets kicked into the net. And then the goaltender for England, he talk about a meltdown.
He did make 2 good saves in the second half to keep it 1-0. I felt like he had 2 good ones, and then Argentina started hitting posts, and then they beat him twice.
But there were a couple, he didn't even move, and he was so late, and just I don't know. World Cup goaltending has been very underwhelming.
A lot of Alexander Georgievs out there in the World Cup goaltending. I just have
been man, these guys their inability to catch the ball drives me crazy. And maybe, this observation started because Team USA's chances went up in smoke, and their goaltender had one of the worst blunders you'll ever see in sports.
When Belgium made it 2-1 to 3-1. That goal was pathetic.
That game was over at that point, where he stubbed his toe into the ground trying to kick the ball. But after that, just watching almost every team, even the great teams, their goaltenders are just flat out awful.
Well, those of you watching on YouTube are definitely curious about James Barelat's wrist cast going on, so we'll get into that. Tribe roll call as well. Dover and Cecil do it every day, one of my favorite parts of their show, so let's do it. Tell us where you are, who you're from, where you're listening, where you're working as well, earning a hard-earned dollar on this Thursday, this hot Thursday. If you're outdoors, good for you. Plus, got another top 10 list. The last one from ESPN was today. It was safeties. Obviously, the quarterbacks generated a lot of conversation, running back, wide receiver as well. We've got good and bad news about where the Broncos safeties rank around the league. We'll hit that coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
That sound your grandkids make when they really want something. Let's see if I can do it. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. Please. That's how mine sound anyway, and this summer they're hoping for a pool. I don't know about that, but I do know this. New and exciting things can happen this season. Opportunities are all around us, like visiting local farmers markets and listening to outdoor concerts. Having friends over for a barbecue is fun. Ferris wheel rides and county fairs. However your family spends the summer, Alpine Bank hopes it's a fantastic one. We'll see you out and about, probably at the local pool because that backyard pool seems like a stretch. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Love all you chiming in on Tribe Roll Call. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. James Merrilat in for Cecil Lammy on this Thursday. Want to give a shout out to Joe in Loveland. He's working AWP traffic, County Road 42, south of Johnstown. He misses Cecil and says Dover is a smart guy. Didn't insult either of us, so that's good.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of insinuating. He misses Cecil and Dover's smart. Not sure what that's saying about us, but hey, that's all right. I know exactly where he's at. Know that part of, swing into Johnson's Corner there, get a cinnamon roll, world famous cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, exactly. They're delicious up there. The 0130
talking about
says Merrilat hurt his wrist, type beat up stuff on Twitter.
Maybe.
Let's talk about that wrist, man, because I know a lot of people on the YouTube chat are curious. We are on camera. We encourage people to go watch on YouTube and, of course, listen on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and the app as well. What happened, James? Because you're in public.
Yes.
You got to talk about it.
I had wrist surgery, I guess, last Friday. So we're on day 6. Oh, by the time I get to the end of the day, that's a full week.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in this big old soft Von Miller-looking cast. Like, it's pretty big. All the swelling goes down. I get the small, hard, permanent cast. Not permanent, but 4-week cast next week. But I had a torn ligament, so they had to go in and do wrist reconstruction.
Oh, wow.
Now, that sounds terrible, but that was actually the best case scenario because I had to go to 3 different orthopedists before I found one who was like, yeah, we can reconstruct that, because everybody else just said, we'll just take these bottom 3 bones out and fuse your wrist. So if you fuse the wrist, it can move barely any degrees each direction. It's my right hand. I got to shoot jump shots and, throw baseballs and swing golf clubs and stuff like that. So I finally found a doctor.
You got to open door. You just got to do life things.
I finally found a doctor who was like, dude, if you were 23, they all would have said they can fix it. You're 52, so they're like, why bother?
If you were a pro athlete, they probably could have fixed it.
Correct. So I finally found someone who fixed it. I got 6 weeks in a cast, and I'll be back to new. But yeah, man, you don't realize how many things. I guess you do. I'm right-handed, so you do know. I do a lot of stuff with that. But the most daily, mundane, just activities are difficult. I was telling you during the break, this is the first time I've had a shirt on that has sleeves, because putting this big old club through a shirt sleeve was not simple. But on the road to recovery, 1 week down, 5 to go.
Well, we're glad to hear it, man. Good to have you here today. And glad it was successful and went well. Excited for you to get full use of your wrist back. Think about it this way. By the time the Broncos are playing in Kansas City on Monday Night Football, you're not going to be thinking about your wrist. It's going to be good as new.
No, it'll be a distant memory at that point.
You're like on short-term IR right now. What do they call it? The PUP. You're on the PUP. You're on physically unable to perform, but we're expecting you back for week 1.
Yeah, a week from today, I will officially release that I'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks.
Okay.
Be like a nugget.
You'd be a nugget from the 25-26 season. Training camp's going to be here for you. Noah, Broncos rookies report in less than a week. 2 weeks from today, full squad will be out there, and then 2 weeks and 1 day from today, first day of fans, July 31st. Of course, we'll be down there broadcasting live, telling you everything that is happening at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. 2 guys will be out there, Brandon Jones, Talanoa Hufanga. ESPN released its top 10 safeties today. Remember, these are done based on polls of league executives, coach, and scouts. We've talked a ton about these over the last 10 days. Today was it. Safeties was the last one on the list, where you got a guy at PS2, number 1 for corners. You got Bo Nix, 18 at quarterback. You got J.K. Dobbins not even getting votes. A lot to unpack here, so let's finish with the safeties. Brandon Jones, Talanoa Hufanga, they both received votes, James, but neither guy cracks the top 10, and neither one was an honorable mention either. There was 5 honorable mentions, so 15 safeties in front of Hufanga and Jones. I'll give you some names as the segment goes on, but do you have an issue that neither Brandon Jones nor Talanoa Hufanga cracked the top 15 on this list?
No, had they not received any votes, I would have had an issue. Do I think you can make an argument that they should be in the top 15? Certainly. They're both good players. I think Hufanga is a really good player, chance to be great. I think Brandon Jones is a really good player. But are they future Ring of Famers? Are they Hall of Famers in waiting? Are they just perennial Pro Bowl guys and for sure all pros? Like, no, they're not. They're really good players. And you put the two of them together, it's a really good combination. You're not going to be great at every single position, and I think great is a term that's thrown around way too much. I think there's 2 players on the Broncos that are great, and a third guy that's actually 2 other guys that are flirting with that designation. Pat Surtain's great.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Benito is great. I think you can make an argument that Zach Allen is great. Like, he's in that conversation, and if somebody wants to say he's a great player, I'm not going to argue with them. And I think Bo Nix has the potential to be great. He's not yet, but I think he has that potential, which I never would have said 2 years ago. And I'll raise my hand and say I was wrong, and I'm not one of those guys that's going to just stick to my pre-draft analysis and refuse to admit what I'm seeing in front of me. Hufanga and Jones aren't great, but they're really good. And a great roster is built of 3 or 4 great players.
Mm-hmm.
And then if everybody else is really good, then you got a great roster. Like, you're not going to be the 95 Cowboys with 12 great players on the field at any one time. You have to have a few stars, and then you have to have a bunch of really goods, and you have to have no glaring weaknesses.
Let me give you one more player who's great and see if you agree. I think Quinn Miners is great.
See, and I think, now, listen, it's a guard, and we got a guy sitting 2 rooms over from us who's going to roll his eyes when I say this, but...
You're talking about Mark Schleyer.
Yeah. How many of us are going on to, blogspot.guard.com and reading all the reviews of how guard play is going on?
I don't notice Quinn Miners, and for a guard, that's a good thing. That means he's doing his job. There's
do.
not a Sunday where I walk out of many Broncos games going, ooh, they didn't have any holes to run in, or the quarterback was under duress. Felt like Quinn Miners does his job week in and week out.
I think Quinn Miners is really good. I think he's turned himself into a character that makes us all think he's great. If he wasn't chopping down trees in the Wisconsin forest,
it was like 5 years ago.
If he didn't have the big old belly,
he'd slim down the belly.
He'd be Ben Powers. I also feel like there's a lot of times where J.K. Dobbins is having to make a move in the backfield, or Bo Nix is having to roll left and make a play, while Quinn Miners is turning around and watching the play because that's his guy in the backfield. I don't think he's great. I don't. I think
paid him like he's great.
I know. And I think he's really good, and nobody in this town wants to say anything negative about Quinn Miners because he's a caricature. He's really good. And for whatever reason, that's going to feel like I'm ripping on him. I think he's really good. I think Ben Powers is probably a 6, and I think Quinn Miners is like a 7.5. But everybody around here acts like he's a 10.
And Ben Powers could get cut. That's sort of one of the potential surprising cuts, if you will. He's making $18 million, second highest cap hit on the team. You get off that dead cap $9 million, save $9 million. Alex Palczewski played well when Ben Powers got hurt last year. I don't know if Ben Powers makes a 53, James, so I wouldn't put him and Quinn Miners in the same
Why would they
bracket.
do that to gain cap space at this point in the season, especially in August when the cuts are made? Why? So they can be $9 million more under the cap? Like what? No, you're in a Super Bowl window. You keep the 53 best players. You can't tell me Ben Powers isn't one of their 53 best players.
He is. He definitely is. But it wouldn't shock me if we get that tweet from Mike Kliss, the Broncos are cutting Ben Powers.
Josh Kroenke ain't running this team. They're not making moves based on how do we cut salary.
Yeah, they cut Tim Patrick a couple years ago. That surprised a lot of folks.
They had a lot of young guys behind him that they thought could be better receivers. And Tim Patrick was all right.
It looked like he had chemistry with Bo Nix. That was exciting, people.
Were they in a Super Bowl window at that point?
No, but it was opening quicker than anyone realized.
And Tim Patrick was coming off back-to-back seasons in which he didn't make it out of camp healthy.
I'm just telling you, we've been hit with surprise cuts before. I think Ben Powers could be in trouble.
I will be so furious if the Broncos make a cut based on let's save $9 million of cap space that we can't put to use during a season in which we think we can compete for a Super Bowl. Holy cow. I'm upset that it's only a hypothetical.
All right, let's get back to these safeties before I tick you off too much. Kyle Hamilton, Derwin James, 1 and 2 on this list. Xavier McKinney, Brian Branch, Jesse Bates in the top 5. Nicky Manmora, Antoine Winfield Jr., Budda Baker, Kirby Joseph, Kalen Bullock round out the top 10. Safety is one of those positions. I mean, we know all these guys. Kyle Hamilton's a great player for Baltimore. Derwin James in the AFC West, certainly familiar with him. But it's not like the sexiest position in the world. These are not household names like some of these others are. You know, obviously everyone on offense because people play fantasy football, but even edge rusher, all those guys are household names. As I just went through those, it doesn't feel like Hufanga and Jones, they just got these big mountains they can't overcome. You could mix Hufanga and Jones with those 10 names I just spit out.
You certainly could. I would agree with that. I also don't have any issue with any of those names. Those are all very good players. There's not an Ed Reed on that list where you're like, well, he was for sure going to make it.
Steve Atwater.
Right. Like, safety is one of those positions, and this is very hard to measure. But for me, when I'm watching a game, a great safety is a guy, it feels like there's 3 of them out there. Like, Honey Badger back in his prime, it felt like Tyrann Mathieu was here, and he was here, and he was here. It's like, how many guys are out there wearing number 32?
Troy Polamalu, I felt the same way.
Polamalu was the same way. Ed Reed was the same way because sometimes they're in the backfield getting a running back. Sometimes they're in the backfield harassing the quarterback. Then all of a sudden they're coming down into the box and making a tackle on a running play. Then they're defending a pass. Like, they just seem to be everywhere. I think Hufanga is closer to that than Jones. There were games last year where I'm like, man, he's all over the field.
He flies around.
So I do think the fact that how many interceptions did he drop last year?
Oh, 4 or 5 for sure.
So if he hauls those in, it's going to make his stats look better. And not only that, he's going to have a bigger impact. Like, you still defended the pass, but if you're picking off the ball to 25 and setting up the offense in point-blank range with a short field, that's helping the team put more points on the board. He needs to add that to his game. You can't drop that many interceptions. But I do think he's closer to being on this list than Brandon Jones because in my way of measuring and grading safeties, which, again, is totally subjective, he's all over the field, and it feels sometimes like there's more than one of them out there. That's why I think he's bordering on going from really good to great. But I don't have an issue. I'm not going to sit here and say he should be on there for sure instead of Antoine Winfield. Like, no, I think that's a difficult argument to make.
Doesn't feel like a lot of snubbing going on, and obviously Jones got hurt down the stretch last year as well. We'll circle back to this conversation, but in the meantime, today, noon to 1, coming up in the next hour and a half, first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts will be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. There's a limit of 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and find the location nearest you for future giveaways, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. So if you're in that area, go get yourself a burrito and a t-shirt today from noon to 1. Coming up next, Bill Barnwell. Interesting exercise. NFL trade tiers with players that are worth first-round picks. How many Broncos made the list? That conversation on the other side.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Josh Dover here for my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you getting into your 40s, maybe your late 30s, and you're starting to notice a difference in your body, in your brain, in your sex drive? I did at about 38 years old, and I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com to address those issues because I wanted to be a modern-day male. I don't want to just deal with what our bodies are giving us. There can be things done about it now. So as you get older, take control. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. How about this one? Be better in the bedroom. That's exactly what your testosterone levels can do. Get your first appointment today with RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's only $99. It could be free if you do what I did, which is sign up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot. But more importantly, they're going to draw your blood and tell you what your T and PSA levels are. Then you're going to talk with a Colorado licensed medical provider about real options, like I did, and in about 2 weeks, all that was gone. Brain fog gone. Energy back, and the sex drive was there. It's all available for you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Colorado's 150th birthday. What do you even get the state that has everything? Wildflowers? Sunshine? 4 seasons in a single day? Seems like that's covered. How about the new 150th birthday scratch game from the Colorado Lottery? It's loaded with $150 prizes for you and helps give back to Colorado's great outdoors. Happy birthday, old buddy. Don't remember you celebrating my birthday, but I guess you're the big shot here. New 150th birthday scratch. Must be 18 to play.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic, our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker, Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some. So this summer, they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is SAVE, S-A-V-E. Text SAVE to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's SAVE to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Rolling along on this Thursday. Hope your day's off to a good start. James Marilat over there. Will Peterson right here, filling in for Dover and Cease. Bill Barnwell, ESPN.com, came out with trade tiers, players worth first-round picks by team. Now, this is definitely a hypothetical exercise, James, but I find it interesting because are the Broncos going to trade Pat Surtain? No. Are the Bills going to trade Josh Allen? No. As Barnwell puts it, there's not enough draft picks in the world to make the Bills trade Josh Allen. Although he writes, quote, in past years, I've written this column running through the NFL's top players and identifying which of them would land a first-round pick or more via trade. Most of the time, it's a thought exercise. Like in last summer's edition, the Chiefs aren't trading Mahomes. The Bengals aren't trading Chase. The Cowboys definitely aren't trading Micah Parsons. Well, ... So I think that's kind of what Barnwell's getting at, is we can say these things are never going to happen. Why would Dallas ever trade Micah? And the next thing you know, he's on the Green Bay Packers. So there is, in some sense, a value for every player in the NFL.
Yeah, nobody, and it's in any sport. Nobody's completely untradeable, including Nikola Jokic, right? If the right offer came around, and there aren't a lot of them, you would pick up the phone if you were working for the Nuggets. You have to. You'd be irresponsible as the GM or the chief culture officer if you didn't. I get what he's doing here. The number of picks becomes silly. I get it's a way of trying to establish value, quote unquote, for all of these players, but I think he's way off on some of these. Way off.
All right, well, let's parse through them. Denver Broncos, first one he has is Pat Surtain. And Barnwell writes, quote, if Sauce Gardner netted the Jets 2 first-round picks, while the Broncos should and would ask for more in a potential Surtain deal, he's comfortably the best corner in football. With penalty yards, is the only real hole in what he brings to the table, yada, yada, yada. So he's saying Pat Surtain, if Sauce got 2 from the Colts to the Jets last year, PS2, the price would be there, and it would likely be more. Again, a hypothetical. They're not going to trade Pat Surtain, but it is a good way to assess value on the team.
Yeah, and you're right. They're not going to trade him, but if somebody called and offered you 2 2s and 2 1s, you'd have to think about it.
Well, you just told me they're in a Super Bowl window. They got to keep the best 53.
And you got there before I was going to finish.
My bad.
Yes, even though you're in a Super Bowl window, you still also have to look big picture and long term. And oh boy, that's a good. I wouldn't take it, but you'd have to consider it. So I think that one's spot on. And if you were, let's say the Broncos, I don't know, something happens and things go off the rails and all of a sudden they're sitting there at the trade deadline at, 2-7.
Tough schedule.
And somebody called and offered that, and it was a team that thought they were a corner away from winning it. Maybe the Rams are in this in some sort of just tight race with the Niners and the Seahawks, and who's going to win that division, and whoever wins that division is going to be the 1 seed and has the HOV lane to the Super Bowl, and they're just willing to go all in. In a lost season, you might consider that, Will. Now, I don't think they're going to have a lost season, but that one I think is accurate. So you started with one where you got it right.
All right, next tier is 1 first-round pick and more. He's got Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, and Bo Nix in this tier. Writes, quote, Allen has been an excellent free agent addition for the Broncos, who took a swing on the defensive tackle after a breakout season in Arizona. Nix was a difficult quarterback to triangulate, good word. He has been roughly a league average QB over his first 2 years, ranking 18th and then 15th in QBR. Age matters here, as Nix is only a few months younger than Trevor Lawrence. That stat always blows my mind. Trevor Lawrence been in the NFL 3 more years than Bo Nix. So is this where your issues begin? Again, on this hypothetical list from Bill Barnwell, a first-round pick and more for Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, Bo Nix.
I think it would take a first-round pick and more to get Nick Bonito out of me. It would take a first-round pick and more to get Bo Nix out of me. And maybe part of that is based on the fact the Broncos were in quarterback purgatory for so long. Now they're out of it. It would take a lot to pry away Bo Nix from me if I was running the Broncos. I think Zach Allen's a borderline great player. And we talked about in the last segment, I think it's Nick Bonito and Pat Surtain that are in that category. If you want to put Zach Allen, fine. If somebody offered me a first-round pick for Zach Allen, I don't know that you'd have to give me more. It's a non-premium position. He's not an edge rusher. He's an interior rusher. Now, he gets a lot of pressure from that spot, and that certainly, interior pass rush causes quarterbacks fits. Tom Brady notoriously couldn't deal with that when he had pressure at his feet. So it's a valuable spot, but it's not a premium position. He's getting up there in age. If you get to the trade deadline and you don't think your season's going right and somebody offers you a first-round pick and more for Zach Allen, I think you tell him, hey, thanks a lot, thanks for the memories, and you move on.
But he has more QB hits than any player in the NFL since 2022.
I get it.
Including Myles Garrett. Think about that. He doesn't even play on the edge, and he's hit the quarterback more times than the best edge rusher in the league. That's a future Hall of Famer in Myles Garrett walking into Canton.
But he doesn't play a position where it's like that guy can just blow up the game. Like, he's around the action a lot, and he's in the middle and all the rest of that stuff, and I get it. And we're going to get to one here that I don't think, again, if they offer me a first-round pick for this guy today, I would take it, and we'll get to him in a second. Zach Allen, similar kind of thing, not a premium position, but I like where Barnwell's thinking there.
All right, he says for one first-round pick, Jalen Waddle and Quinn Miners. Of course, Waddle was dealt for a first-round pick, so that's a pretty easy comp to make. Calls Miners, quote, an elite run-blocking guard in the prime of his career with 2 first-team All-Pro nods over the past 2 seasons. Also has not missed a game over that span. I assume Quinn Miners is the one you have an issue with.
I just think if somebody calls the Broncos today and says, we'll give you a first-round pick for Quinn Miners, I think you'd be irresponsible not to consider that.
A cornerstone on your offensive line.
I get it, but a first-round pick. I mean, you're in the middle of the offensive line. You're not out there on the edge having to block Myles Garrett by yourself, right? Garrett Bowles is out there like, ooh. Like, Garrett Bowles gets a lot of heat in this town, but the holding penalties, I get that they were, problematic there for a while. But for the most part, he's out there at left tackle on an island blocking the best pass rushers, and you don't have to worry about it. Miners has got Wattenberg to his left. He's got McGlinchey to his right to help him out. He's playing an interior offensive line spot, and somebody's going to offer you a first-round pick? Of course I'm jumping at that. Paucho, here's your new job.
I'm not completely dismissing you.
It's not a premium position.
I'm not completely dismissing you. You're right. It's a guard.
You can get by with scheme and with putting the right guys next to him at guard. You can't get by at tackle, and if you do, it's because you got to put a blocking tight end outside of him, and it limits what you can do. Guard, you can hide him. You can hide a 5 at guard, and you can get by with a 5 at guard.
Interesting. Again, I'm not totally dismissing you. I would have to see how the season went. Obviously, if things went awry or Bo Nix's ankles were acting up or whatever, then maybe I'd be interested. He's got Garrett Bowles missing out. Quote, I was glad to see the wildly underrated Bulls are in a first-round team or first-team All-Pro. First time last season, but at 34, Bulls is one of several veteran tackles who would not be able to command a first-round pick in a trade strictly because of his age.
I think he would for the right team. If you're a Super Bowl contender and your left tackle gets hurt and you think, hey, we got to be able to protect Matthew Stafford or Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or whoever it may be, I think a team would trade a first-round pick for Garrett Bowles. A hell of a lot quicker than they trade a first-round pick for, man, we really need a guard. What are we talking about here?
But the guys stand right next to each other on the football field. Right next to each other.
And they do vastly different things.
And you're saying that the dude 2 feet to the left is that much more important than the other guy.
If the Rams lose their right guard, their Super Bowl chances don't go up in smoke. They got guys they'll figure, we'll move a center over. Who's our backup center? We'll move him over. If a team, especially a team like the Rams who throws the ball a lot, if they lose their left tackle, that can blow up the whole thing.
We saw it with the Chargers last year. They lost both their tackles, and
right.
their season never felt the same. I'm not arguing with you that, of course, tackle is more valuable than guard. I just think Quinn Miners is a better player, a younger player, and ultimately a more valuable player than Garrett Bowles at this
Your
point.
Chargers example makes my point. That's a great example. Because mark it down right now, and at the end of the season, if we're looking back at anybody and we're saying, why did they not make a playoff run? Why did their Super Bowl window close? And we say, well, they lost their guard. Okay, then I'll stand corrected, and I'll tell you I'm wrong. And I know Mark Schler's going to come in here and punch me during the commercial break. I'm just
Might
saying
break your other wrist.
The value of that position, and more importantly, the ability to get by with a patchwork answer. You can do it at guards. You wouldn't trade for Quinn Miners at the deadline because you had to fill that spot. You might for a left tackle. Like, Garrett Bowles is very underrated and underappreciated in this town. Now, it would take a contender losing their left tackle for this to be a possibility, but I certainly think that would be an option.
All right, we'll get Kevin Kistner involved here the next time we revisit this because we want to know where the Broncos stack up around the NFL in terms of how many guys on the roster, again, it's completely hypothetical, could fetch a first-round pick or more. But coming up next, there is a major sporting event that has begun, and James Merilatt hates it. We'll fill you in why on the other side.
The Nuggets got bounced in the first round, and instead of fixing the roster, they've spent this offseason chasing LeBron James, a 41-year-old who, according to Shams Charania, doesn't even have Denver on his short list. Meanwhile, Payton Watson is still on side. Wing defenders are vanishing off the market, and Jokic just pushed his extension to next year. So is the LeBron dream holding this team hostage? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's easy to find your groove. As America celebrates, Groove Toyota, the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver metro, has more reasons to celebrate. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand. GrooveToyota.com. Plus, Groove Toyota has more than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certifieds, with full warranties available. Hurry into our Red, White, and Drive event. Groove Toyota. Start here. Go anywhere.
Offer expires 7/31/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
Hey, that's not bacon grilling. That's your living room at 2 p.m. If your home heats up every summer, your windows might be the reason. Infinity by Marvin Windows protect your home from UV rays, solar heat, and help lower energy bills all summer long. Colorado homeowners have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton for 50 years. Right now, you can save 25% on Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Colorado, do you hear that? Not really? That's the sound of your neighbor Gary mowing his lawn at 6 a.m. with his new electric lawn equipment. Gary got 30% off with a statewide discount on all new electric lawnmowers, trimmers, and leaf blowers. Don't sleep on this great deal. Statewide discount only through the end of 2026. Learn more at simplestepsbetterair.org. Again, that's simplestepsbetterair.org.
Every now and then you find a deal where you get more and pay less. Now that's a good deal. That's Straight Talk Wireless on Verizon's 5G network. Find it exclusively at Walmart and straighttalk.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
People say this time of year is dead on the sports calendar, but it actually isn't. Yes, we got a boost from the World Cup. Baseball's returning tonight. But we've got the British Open on in the studio as well. It's Will Peterson and James Maryland hanging out on Dover and Cecil today. James, I teased it. I won't spoil it. Or I will spoil it. You hate the British Open, man. I've known you for, at this point, 15 years. You do not like the British Open.
I can't stand it. I think it's a terrible event. And look, the number one reason I hate it, and I'm looking at it right now on the television, it is so non-aesthetically pleasing. It's just ugly. Like, think about the Masters. Like, you tune in mid-April, and the greens are perfect. The fairways are perfect. Everything's beautiful. The bunkers are immaculate. The flowers and the pines, and everything's just pristine. It's like, man, I feel like I'm looking at a postcard the whole time.
It looks like they took toenail clippers to properly cut every blade of grass to the exact same level.
Yes, it's perfectly manicured. Every time you look up from your TV, it's just like, that's beautiful. That looks like a poster. This is awesome. If they're playing the U.S. Open at Pebble or wherever, but Pebble's very picturesque, and it's just like, man,
right on the Pacific Ocean.
I was there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, part of it is I want to live vicariously. Like, I would give anything to be there right now hitting that tee shot. Now, I'd be hitting it into the drink, but still, it'd be fun. I'd love to be there. I look up at the British Open, and it's like, what are we playing in Lyman? It's nothing but brown.
Lyman catching a stray.
It's so ugly. Everything's brown and dead. And then it's at some golf course where there's like 19 delivery trucks driving by in the shot because it's right on some road in rural England, wherever we are here. It's awful. But it's the Open. It's the Open in Britain, and we can't say anything negative. That's the oldest tournament. It's ugly. And now they've just made it even uglier. Look at that shot. It's nothing but brown. There is way more brown on our television now than green. And it's like, okay, great. Who can go hit it out of 6-foot-tall weeds better? That's what we're doing here?
This is one of my favorite rants every single year because I've gotten it every single summer. But you're right. So they're at Royal Birkdale, which is in Southport, England. And there was aerial shots. They were here like 8 years ago, and it was much greener. I think they intentionally stopped watering to make the course even browner, but ultimately make it more difficult before this year's tournament.
It's just it's insane. It's like, hey, let's just go put 100 golfers out into a wheat field outside of Sterling and see who can hit it over the road better. I don't get it.
I think you're dismissing it a little bit. A little bit. There is a style of golf that people enjoy where...
Do they? Do they? If it wasn't this, this is where they've played 17 British Opens, nobody would fly to go play at this course.
I mean, we're watching Rory for birdie. There's
ugly.
Millions of people watching Rory for birdie right now.
It's ugly. Now, it's the history of it. So you can, this is great. I can go play where, I don't know, Jack won 2 of them back in the 60s. That's it. Nobody actually wants to play this course. Oh, man, I want to fly somewhere and play a brown course and hit the ball out of the wheat field if I'm off the fairway.
Dude, if someone wanted to invite me to Royal Birkdale tomorrow, I would be on a plane and go play
because of the history, not because the course is cool.
It's a challenge. It's unique.
Okay.
These guys are. There's going to be
what's their amen corner? What's their famous 3 holes where we all know?
Well, I'm not an expert on golf courses
exactly.
in England.
You want to go play because of the history, which I understand. I get it. I totally get it. No different than, hey, it'd be cool to drink a bottle of wine in Tuscany. Okay, is it any better than what I can get it in Napa? No, but it's neat to be in Tuscany and be sitting there like, you know what? They've been drinking wine here since whenever, and for thousands of years they've been doing it. Doesn't mean the wine's good or any better. The wine's fine, but it's not like it's any better.
So you strictly dislike it because you want to turn on TV and see green and you see brown.
When I'm watching golf, yes.
That seems to be your number one reason you hate it, is the color of the grass on the surface, whatever you want to call it.
It's just it's ugly.
It's not well manicured.
It's not a great course, and everybody's going to tell me it is. It's ugly. I might as well be out in Lyman in February, and a FedEx truck is driving by as I'm putting. It's the same thing.
Respect the difficulty of it, though. I mean, there are going to be shots on Sunday that are incredibly tough for these guys to hit with a major championship on the line.
You know what else? Going out in the parking lot out here and trying to make a 30-foot putt in the parking lot.
We're
That's
now comparing
difficult.
the British Open to the parking lot at I-25 in Orchard.
It's difficult, but that doesn't mean it's what I want to watch and how we should be judging these players. Look, it's just one of those things. My issue with it is it's one of those things. If they started this tournament today, if they had never played it, if they started this tournament today, everybody would be like, what on earth are we doing? But because we've done it 150 some times and everybody just repeats that it's the greatest thing ever, everybody's like has to act like this is awesome. It's not. It's not.
Couple texts coming in. What about the time it ends? Don't we like that? 28:98, one of those. I agree with that because think about what we have coming Sunday, James. You can wake up, you get your coffee, get your breakfast, maybe a little kick to a Bloody Mary, something like that. You got the World Cup final looming while you've got the British Open finishing. So you can watch these guys come down the stretch in the Mountain Time Zone, 8, 9, 10 a.m. We'll crown a winner, and the next thing you know, you'll be flipping over and watching Spain and Argentina. I mean, Sunday is setting up for a great sports day, especially this time of year.
Okay, so the main benefit is the same thing that's the benefit of NFL games in London.
Early.
Yeah, okay, sure. I like starting my Sunday. I'm an early riser. There's something on TV, but just don't. I'd rather watch the Jamie Farr Classic.
Is that a real tournament?
Used to be in Toledo. I guarantee you the course looks better. Look at this. Oh, here's the random bridge. And watch the delivery truck come by here in a minute. I'm telling you.
You're really hating on the delivery trucks. I mean, those people in rural England got to get their mail as well.
I'm not bagging on the delivery truck. I'm just saying, do you see that at the Masters?
No, I think Augusta is gated off pretty heavily.
Did you see it at Torrey Pines?
Don't know the roadways around Torrey Pines off the top of my head.
Exactly. They don't have to shoot this tight shot and try and make it, let's make sure nobody sees this, and then they can't possibly hide it because it's everywhere. It's silly. It's just silly, and it's the fact that we have to act like, and if you don't act like it, you just don't get it.
But won't it feel big on Sunday morning when there's Mike Tirico welcoming you in? We got Scotty, we got Rory, we're coming down the stretch, we're crowning another major champion. Like, it will feel like a big deal.
If you put Mike Tirico at the Cornhole Championship, it would feel big. Doesn't make it big.
I don't think I'm going to convince you on this one.
You're not. I will not be setting my alarm.
No, you don't have to set an alarm, but you're up naturally early. Like, to me, it's more fun to wake up and go, where are all the leaders at? All right, the leaders are on the 6th hole.
There you go. Just hit a ball off into the wheat field.
Rory is
fantastic
in the weeds, the rubbish.
It's silly. And again, my point is, if we just started this year, if this was the first time they've ever played this, and they said, you know what, guys, we're going to take the PGA Tour across the pond to England, and look at that. If this is the product they put up, we'd all be like, this sucker's one and done.
Yeah, but you're a big respect history, respect tradition guy, respect your elders. Doesn't sound like you're respecting the history and tradition of the British Open.
No, I also realize when something becomes outdated and should be a vestige of the past, it's like a parade. Nobody likes a parade. It's not 1942, and this is the best entertainment we have anymore.
I love a championship parade. That's like my
championship
favorite thing going.
Nobody likes the small-town parade on Memorial Day, and here comes Joe in the tractor, and then 5 minutes later, Joe's back at the end again driving the ambulance, and then 5 minutes later, here's Joe on the fire truck throwing candy to the kids. Nobody likes that.
That's small-town America, James.
And it's time we move on.
All right. Oh, you delivered with the expectations I expected. Suber leading the British Open at 5 under. You got Sung Jae Im, Brown, Bryson. Look at Bryson taking a break from YouTube videos, getting in the top 5 of the leaderboard.
Is he the one playing with the 3D printed clubs?
What's that?
Did I? And maybe this was a fake news story, and I just bought into it because I was scrolling. Isn't he the one that has like these 3D printed clubs?
I did see that as well. Yeah, Bryson marches to the beat of his own drum. I mean, he was a live guy, but he wasn't the only live guy. But there are people who think he cares more about being the best golfer on YouTube than the best golfer in the world.
He's 2 back here at the Lyman Country Club.
He is an interesting cat for sure. All right, let's check in with our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan insider, Mike Kliss. That's coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used a trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Will your money last as long as you do? Retirement should be about enjoying life, not worrying about outliving your savings. At AJM Financial, we build retirement strategies to help protect and grow your savings, reduce risk, lower taxes where possible, and maximize your income in retirement. Schedule your complimentary retirement confidence review at 800-467-0737, 800-467-0737, and tune into Adam Moeller's Mile High Money Radio Saturdays at 8 a.m. on 104.3 The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
When Vantage walks your property for a threat zone analysis, they don't send a salesman. They send a security pro with years of experience designing and installing these systems. The same pro who walks your property, designs your system, installs your cameras, and picks up the phone 3 years later when you need them. Same team, start to finish. That's the Vantage standard. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit vssicolorado.com today.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
It's our guy, 9 News 104.3 The Fan Insider, Mike Kliss. Mike, you saw my face earlier this week on the morning show. You made a comment because I talked to you last week on the afternoon drive, talked to you this morning or a couple mornings ago with Stoke, and now I'm talking to you today, my guy.
I see you every show this summer. This show has been the Will Peterson show on the Fan from basically started mid-May, probably up to the start of training camp. I assume people will come back to work by training camp.
That's the plan.
It has been the summer of Will.
Well, and Mike and I's schedules, to be fair, have just lined up. Like last week I was doing 2 to 6. We had Mike. Earlier this week I was doing the mornings. We had Mike. Middays today they have Mike. So Mike and I are just kind of jiving here. I miss you from our old 9 News days together. Mike, you're obviously still over there. Where in the world are you today?
I'm back home.
Okay.
You know, finally, all those trips, everything lasted a couple days too long, and good to be home. And I kind of unofficially punched the clock today and officially punched the clock on Monday. So ready to rock and roll.
All right, so you unofficially punched the clock, which means you've started thinking about training camp.
Yeah.
As you start jotting down some notes and making lists, what's at the top of your list for, hey, this is the number one storyline I'm looking at heading into training camp? What's got your attention?
It's not even close for number one. It's Bo Nix and how he's moving around with those, following those 2 ankle surgeries. I mean, you saw how much Bo Nix, the writers, the media, the local media hasn't voted him MVP of the team the last 2 years. I think a few votes would have changed after that AFC championship game. Everyone saw just how much Bo Nix means to this team. Everything about this team. They brought all these guys back. They added Jalen Waddle. Nothing matters if Bo Nix isn't fully recovered and playing the way Bo does, which is, of course, he uses his legs and his feet quite a bit. That's part of his quarterback game, and he needs that, and he has to throw accurately and throw well with Davis Webb, his new offensive coordinator. I guess Bo is number one, and seeing how Davis Webb tinkers with the offense would be number 2.
Mike, I'm with you on the Bo Nix thing for sure. And I think what adds to it, I won't go so far as to say the Broncos were kind of pulling the wool over eyes, but it was a weird offseason with he had the second procedure and they kind of almost tried to over-justify it. Like, I want to see it with my own eyes, but as you get down there and you watch it, when or what would worry you about Bo?
If he's not cutting, when he takes off, if he's not cutting, because to me, all the quarterbacks scramble a little different. Some have pure straightaway speed. Russell Wilson had the elusiveness in the prime of his career where he could spin out of sacks. Bo is a darter. He cuts. When he takes off, he has an instinct, I think, that it comes from growing up with a father who was a quarterback, a father who was his coach. I've said the term, Bo's been playing quarterback since the crib. He has instincts on the field that are coach's son type instincts. And that involves, he just darts when he he seems to have, sometimes when he takes off running, it's like he has eyes on the side of his ear hole there out of the helmet. And so if he's not doing that, I think that would concern me. Running straight ahead, it has to be plant and cut off those ankles, which is how he got hurt, which is how he fractured the ankle. And that's what you want to see.
Well, Mike, while we're in the quarterback room, is Jarrett Stidham safe as the Denver Broncos backup quarterback in 2026? I know if you cut him, you can save about $4.5 million. Do you think Stiddy, when they go to Kansas City for Week 1, will be Bo Nix's backup?
I do think he'll be the backup. As far as safe, when you're a backup in the NFL, I'm not sure how you're ever safe. But I do think Jarrett Stidham is the guy. It's interesting. Jarrett Stidham is more, he plays the way the coaches would like him to play. Kind of I hate to say paint by numbers, but he knows the system. He knows the progressions. He knows the reads. Where Sam Ehlinger, if you watch it, about once every 4 reps he gets in a series, he's chucking the ball deep. He's got a lot more street ball to him. I think that comes from the fact that he's like 5'11", 6 foot. He's he's a smaller guy. Doesn't have the biggest arm, but what he has, he uses. He's got a lot more street to him. He might play more like Bo does than Jarrett Stidham. Stidham is more, like Davis Webb and Sean Payton may want their quarterback to practice, at least in practice, from what we've seen.
Hey, Mike, it's kind of a weird camp because there's zero buzz about the rookie class. Absolutely none. And part of that is because it's run it back and it's a very good roster and there's not a lot of opportunities perhaps for first-year players to come in and make an impact. Also, they didn't have a first-round pick or a second-round pick, so there's nobody where we have our eyes on. But outside of Jalen Waddle, is there any newcomer that when fans are down there and they've got their roster and they're looking that they should go, hey, there's a player I should watch? Is there anybody, whether it's a rookie, a free agent, anybody that's coming, you're like, that's a guy that you're really curious to watch them play?
Well, after Waddle, it's pretty much Tyson Anderson, who's a special teamer, who kind of is taking the Trent Sherfield Smith role that they had the last couple of years. So I don't think I wouldn't say, hey, watch this guy. It's funny. I'm about to do something on the rookies because the rookies have to report the 22nd in 6 days. So I was going to do a little bio on every rookie, and I was thinking Onyedim might be the least known first Broncos draft pick since I've been covering the team in 22 years. Part of that is he's a defensive lineman, which isn't exactly a sexy position. The other part is he didn't go until the 3rd round, which is about as late as the Broncos have picked in a long, long time. And so he's going to play, by the way. I think Onyedim is going to play. He'll be dressed on Sunday. So it's not going to be like Savion Jones, who only dressed like 2 games last year. I think the plan is for Onyedim to play some. I'm not sure how much. And then Jonah Coleman is somebody that everyone's going to be watching. He's really the only other guy. You watch the tight ends behind Ingram. Lohner was hurt all off season. Jolie was hurt really through the off season, the 5th round rookie. So, watching the tight ends a little bit to see if someone emerges to push Ingram a little bit in that receiving role.
Mike, last one for you. We'll keep it simple. There's 3 options with Marvin Mims. You either trade him, you extend him, or you just let it play out. Which one of those 3 do you think is most likely with Mims, who obviously, for whatever reason, makes plays but doesn't seem to totally click with the coaching staff?
Well, I'd say let it play out is a slight lead over extending him. The Broncos have extended guys like Marvin Mims the last couple of years. They've extended so many. I'm not sure they're going to continue to do that, but I think trying to get Mims on a team-friendly deal will be attempted. If he thinks the market will get him considerably more, he may let it play out and go to free agency. And trading him, I think, is the least of those three options.
I love it. Great stuff, Mike. Appreciate your time, and welcome back to town. Locking in, clocking in. Training camp going to be here
right
before
on,
you
guys.
know it.
Let's go.
See you down there, Mike.
All right, there
See
he
ya.
goes. Our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan Insider, Mike Kliss. Appreciate Mike's time. I like. What did he say, James? That he softly clocked in today?
Unofficially
clocked in. Yeah, it's like, I'm back. But nothing going to happen for another week.
I like those kind of work days
Yeah.
where you unofficially clock in. No, but I mean, I get what he's saying. Like, you start thinking about it, right? There's a difference between vacation mode and full-on work mode, but there's somewhere in between where it's like, I got to start kind of re-engaging with this. And, okay, what were the names and what were the storylines? And he's right. The number one storyline is Bo Nix. The number two storyline is Davis Webb calling plays. But you can't see that at camp, right? Like, I don't even know that we'll be able to tell much about that during preseason because it's so many guys in and out. Even if it's a mess, it's like, well, is that because Davis Webb's slow with the play call or because there's a bunch of guys who won't make this team that are out there trying to execute? Bo Nix and having him pass the eye test is the number one story, and it is a huge drop-off to anything else.
I would agree with that. All right, Dover and Cecil are breaking down the Broncos roster with a player, position group, or coach every day around 11:15. We got a fun one for you. We'll do that on the other side.
ESPN polled NFL execs, coaches, and scouts to rank the best players at every position, and the Broncos skill guys got dismissed. Bo Nix led 7 game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship game, and didn't crack the top 17 quarterbacks. Meanwhile, Courtland Sutton just made the NFL top 100 for the first time. The team added Jalen Waddle, and nobody outside of Colorado seemed to notice. Are the league's decision makers sleeping on Denver's offense, or is there work to be done on Davis Webb's side of the ball? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here for SodaDietNutrition.com. Listen, 4 weeks free. That's the big summer offer. That is outstanding. Call 866-800-SODA and mention this radio station. Mention the Fan, 866-800-SODA, and mention 104.3 The Fan, and mention me, Cecil Lammy. Because why? Hey, I lost 60 pounds. You kidding me? 60 pounds gone 5 years ago because of SodaDietNutrition.com. I've lost the weight. I've never gained it back. Why not? Because I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I have all the tools now to maintain a healthy lifestyle, all thanks to soda. You want the same thing? You want the same results? And listen, I tried the other stuff. I tried other diets, and they didn't do it for me. Soda was the key, and having that personalized nutritionist there to help me along the way, that was really outstanding in my weight loss journey. You're on your weight loss journey. You need a little help. You need some guidance. You need a plan. SodaDietNutrition.com. Don't forget, SOTA is state-of-the-art.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, We're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
What's up, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. If degenerative joints are trapping you in pain, then you need to go see my friends at Regen RX in Denver, because they can help you reclaim your freedom to move, to explore, and live life on your own terms. Their natural stem cell and PRP therapy uses your body's own healing power to set you free. Pain-free, that is. So get your free consultation today and give them a call at 303-630-9770, or you can visit them online at regenrx.co. And right now, you can get 50% off of your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. So give them a call again at 303-630-9770.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Appreciate Mike Kliss's time. He's right. James is right. It's Bo Nix. No questions asked. That's the number one story at training camp. You're right. Davis Webb will be interesting. I thought his answer on Mims, too, before we get to this position preview, was curious. He thinks the last option is trading Mims. And normally I'd agree with him, and Mike's got better info than I do. I'm not disputing that. But this time last summer, we saw them trade a wide receiver when they had a surplus of wide receivers, and that was Devon Vele, who I'm not putting in the same category as Mims, but up-and-coming rookie that people were excited about. I think they're going to trade a receiver, James. I just do. That's my overwhelming gut, that either Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, or Pat Bryant gets shipped out of town, much like Devon Vele did.
Well, it'll all depend on if anybody else looks at him the way the Broncos do or the way Broncos country does in terms of, this is a lot of potential, really good player. It's like, well, what's the value you're going to get, right? You got a 4th-round pick, I think, for Devon Vele, a guy that a year before you spent a 7th on. And I like Devon Vele, and I thought he had a lot of potential, but that's a pretty good return on investment. You basically flipped a 7 to a 4. I think, all right, you'll do that all day long. Marvin Mims was the 2nd-round pick. You'd be hard pressed to get get value that would make you feel good about that,
unless you think he's going to walk next summer for nothing.
Yeah, but it's also like that's 5 guys now because you got Cortland and Jalen Waddle in from him. Jalen Waddle does create the situation where there's a backlog. At times, 4 of them will be on the field, but barring an injury, all 5 of them can't play. So who's the 5th guy? Now, Marvin Mims is different because he's also your returner, which segues into what we're talking about here in terms of breaking down positions, and we're going to talk special teams. And I think I don't know that he's an elite returner because, it's kind of like the word great. Devin Hester was an elite returner, where every time he went back there, the other team was terrified that he was going to take it to the house. I don't think other teams instruct their punter, you better punt this out of bounds or you're not getting on the plane going home. I don't think that's what's happening with Marvin Mims, but he is a really good returner, and I think that's a weapon, and I think especially as up and down as this offense has been the last few years, having a weapon on special teams that can help flip the field, put points on the board here and there, I think is pretty important. So I think that gives him a leg up over the other 2.
Yeah, I do too. I just, for whatever reason, the Broncos and Mims don't seem to be clicking. But I look at Bo Nix. He's had a lot of highlights through his first 2 years. 4 of them, top of mind, all involve Marvin Mims. The touchdown against the Browns, the 94-yarder on Monday Night Football, the 2 in Cincinnati, including the one on 4th down when Sean held up the 2 fingers. They should have gone for 2. They didn't. T. Higgins burned Riley Moss, and the Broncos lost. And then the most important touchdown of the season last year against the Bills. You're down 4 points, minute left in the playoffs. Bo finds Marvin, left corner, rolls over like camera equipment or something, grabbing his back. But Marvin Mims makes big plays. And Bo Nix, again, has more than 4 highlights, but those are 4 top of mind that all involve Marvin Mims.
And after the broken ankle, when Bo Nix stayed in the game and he threw the deep ball, the post route that drew the flag and set up the game-winning field goal, wasn't that to Mims?
It was. Kind of a little moon ball.
Yeah, so it wasn't a completion, doesn't show up on the stat sheet, but
the DB got handsy because he was tired. He was playing at altitude, and he was playing in a 5th quarter.
And he had a step on him, right? Because he's got that thing that you just can't coach, right? You can't teach, and that's breakaway, game-breaking speed, and he has it. But you're right. I don't know if I'd call it a disconnect with this coaching staff, but something is up because after his rookie year, Sean Payton's up there talking about how, you know what, we got to do a better job of getting Marvin Mims involved. And then the next season, it was like a repeat. For 10 weeks, you never saw the guy. All of a sudden, he had a strong finish to the season. It's like, where's this been? Like, they can't figure out how to use him in a way that's consistent, and it feels like when he does go onto the field, the ball's going to him, right? It's like, oh, is it going to be an end around or is he running a deep route? They haven't found a way to really integrate him into the offense properly yet. Now, maybe that's on him, and it probably is, right? Most of the time, if a coach doesn't put you on the field, it's because they don't trust you.
But he just makes play after play after play. That's what's hard for me to ignore.
No, I'm with you. And it's the positive and the negative, the pro and the con of, hey, when he's on the field, he might make a play. When he's on the field, he might run the wrong route or do something that drives coaches nuts and has them pulling their hair out. But he has a better chance of being the 5th receiver who doesn't really play on offense than the other guys because he's a really good special teams player.
He's versatile. And as you mentioned, we're talking about special teams here, so we sort of knocked the Mims conversation out of the way. Special teams entails a lot, obviously. We all know what happened a couple years ago in Kansas City. You had a high school level 35-yard field goal to beat the Chiefs. Couldn't execute it. Darren Rizzi comes in. I didn't think Darren Rizzi was very good in September and October. I thought special teams got better as the season went on. We know he's Sean's boy. He's back. What did you think of Rizzi's first year as the Broncos special teams coordinator?
I thought it was fine. I'm with you. I think it started off a little clunky, and then by the end of the year, they were kind of a well-oiled machine.
It wasn't something we were all talking about and tweeting about, whereas in those first couple months we were.
I tend to have a very simplistic outlook when it comes to special teams. Just don't have it be disastrous, right? Don't bring kickoffs out from 6 yards deep in the end zone, get to the 12-yard line, and set your offense up in bad field position. Don't fumble punts and give the ball back to the opposition after the defense just stopped them and got them off the field. Like, avoid disaster, and you're fine on special teams. You got to make any field goal under 50 yards has to essentially be automatic. Every extra point has to be automatic. And then if you can make some plays on top of that, great. It's gravy, but just avoid the disasters. And we've seen some disasters before, right? The Charger game where it's the fair catch and the ball bounces off somebody and they end up having the free kick. The first time we've seen a free kick in however long, right, in the NFL.
And that swung that whole game.
Just weird special teams plays. We saw us years ago. Remember the ball that they didn't know they needed to down, and the Raiders punt returner picked it up at the 1 and went 99 yards for a touchdown?
I do.
Just stuff like that where it's like, what are we doing? And that gets you beat. As long as the special teams is avoiding disaster, thumbs up from me for the special teams coordinator. Then if you've got guys that make some plays, I don't know that that's really on Rizzi. I'm not trying to take away the credit, but it's like, well, it's on Marvin Mims. Or that's whoever sneaks through in the middle of the defensive line, gets a big paw up that looks like my hand at the moment and blocks a kick. I don't think that's great coaching. I just think that's you put guys out there that have the ability and they make a play. I think the coaching comes into making sure you know the rules because there's a lot of little weird, quirky rules on special teams, and make sure you don't do things that are colossal mistakes that get you beat.
And in terms of kickers, Will Lutz, Jeremy Crawshaw. Crawshaw has got a year under his belt. Will Lutz, listen, man, Will Lutz makes a ton of kicks. I do worry a little bit about Will Lutz in clutch moments. I know he had a lot of walk-offs last year, and he did great to make those, but we remember a couple years ago he had to get 2 chances in Buffalo to make it, and then in the AFC title game, Will Lutz missed kicks. I get it. It was a blizzard, but they would have helped you. I think Will Lutz in the second quarter, absolute nails. I think Will Lutz in the playoffs, Will Lutz as the clock's running down, I think he's going to make it the majority of the time, but he's not automatic in those situations.
Will Lutz is the Troy Tulowitzki of kickers. It's a lot of home runs in the 3rd inning. And then in the 9th, if you're up 7-0 or down 7-0, yeah, he'll go yard. But if it's you're down a run and you got 2 guys on, it always feels to me like it's a pop-up to the catcher. Right? So, like, if they're in a playoff game and it's tied 30-30, I like Will Lutz's chance of making that kick. If they're down 30-29, my stomach is doing somersaults at that point.
And he did make the kick against the Giants last year to complete that epic comeback.
He did.
He made the kick down in Houston against the Texans to walk them off as well.
That was a tie game at that point, though?
I believe it was 15-all, if I remember correctly. Okay. But yeah, in the AFC title game, I think one got tipped at the line. I don't know. Put it this way. If the Broncos are in the Super Bowl and they're down 2, and Will Lutz has 2 seconds on the clock from 47 yards, I'm going to be with you. I don't know if he's going to make that kick to Hoyce Lombardi.
And we've been fortunate enough to see some really good kickers in this town.
Brandon McManus made every single kick during the Super Bowl 50 playoff run. Do you know that? Fun fact, he did not miss a single extra point or field goal that entire run.
Matt Prater had some huge kicks during the Tebow year. Most of those miracle comebacks don't happen if he's not making big kicks.
Correct.
So if I'm down 2 with 7 seconds left on the clock and it's a 54-yarder to win Super Bowl 61, is Will Lutz the number 1 kicker in Broncos history you want out there?
No.
2?
No.
3?
No.
Really?
Jason Elam, Matt Prater, Brandon McManus.
Okay.
Take all 3 of those guys.
I forgot about Elam. That's a good call. He's probably 4, but yeah, I'd be worried about it. And look, he's made some big kicks. He's missed some big kicks. It's kind of the nature of that position. But his numbers are great. I think there's a Troy Tulowitzki aspect to him.
Do we need to pump the brakes on a certain Broncos player? That's what James thinks. We'll fill you in coming up next.
3 and 9. That was Coach Prime's reality last season, and it forced a total reset. Deion Sanders told the country no more chasing 5-star mercenaries through the portal. This time, 43 transfers, 0 5 stars, all guys with something to prove. His words, hungry players who won't bolt at the first sign of adversity. And on the high school side, 20 commits for 2027. CU's best class of the Sanders era so far. So is this the blueprint that finally works in Boulder, or is it too little too late? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303 Law 4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean to the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Hey, that's not bacon grilling. That's your living room at 2 p.m. If your home heats up every summer, your windows might be the reason. Infinity by Marvin Windows protect your home from UV rays, solar heat, and help lower energy bills all summer long. Colorado homeowners have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton for 50 years. Right now, you can save 25% on Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
There are so many out-of-state roofing companies and roofing companies claiming to be locally owned, yet owned by out-of-state private equity firms.
Denver Roof Pros is the real deal. We are truly locally owned and operate right out of Denver.
We've been serving the Front Range and the Eastern Plains from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs for 10 years.
Choose local. Choose DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
The new 2026 Honda CR-V was built for Colorado, and July is the perfect time to get one at Champ Honda. Whether you're crushing and cruising city streets or heading to the mountains, the CR-V delivers the comfort and capability you need all summer long. Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you have plenty of great options to choose from. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you know you'll be treated fairly with no games and no hidden charges. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Experience the new $3 Pepper Jack Steak Burrito and a decadently melty or crisp fresca for a limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary, tax extra.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is STEAL. Text STEAL to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's STEAL to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, today, noon to 1, coming up in about 27 minutes or so. First giveaway of our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We will be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. There's a limit of 1 per person. It is while supplies last. And for more details and a final location near you for future drops, head to denversports.com/shirt. We should have told Kliss that, James. He lives up in Golden. Go down the street to Santiago's and get your free training camp t-shirt starting here in less than a half hour.
You know, when we were talking to Mike, he was on camera, so if you're watching this on YouTube, you could see him. He was in his backyard. You could see more green grass in that shot than the entire time I've been watching the British Open.
Oh, you had a good British Open rant about 10:45. People can go listen to the podcast or just scroll back on YouTube if they want to hear that. Some good ones coming in on the RamosLaw.com text line. The 1090 says, ha, 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 I am dying at the British Open looking like the Lyman Country Club.
Hey, 1090 gets it. He knows.
The 0226, Mike Tirico could be at the Cornhole Championship and make it feel like a big deal. That doesn't mean it's big. It's probably the most perfect sentence I've ever heard on the radio. That's from Brett, listening to us out in Lawrence, Kansas. So
thank you, Brett.
Brett said you had the most perfect sentence ever on the radio. And just to even things out, during that rant, the 8266 called you insufferable. So, you know, I can't give you all compliments.
No, but it was nice to get a couple. That was really good.
Well, you know, I read 2 compliments.
That's a good ratio. I appreciate that. They don't allow me to look at the text line. It's, you know, for my own well-being.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciate you cherry picking a couple of the good ones. That was nice.
Well, and this one's nice to both of us from the 7177. I love when you two guys specifically are on the radio Good voices for radio, plus you know your sports, and you don't always agree with both sides. You're having some good and fun-spirited arguments. Look, James and I have known each other for a long time. We don't really play radio. There's guys out there that play radio. I don't like to do that. You don't like to do that. We like to just tell people how we feel.
Yeah, I like to come in here and have the same argument you and I would have if we were sitting at the sports book in Vegas debating whatever topic comes up. Like, it's the same thing. It's the banter. It's like, here's what I honestly feel. Yeah, you don't have to disagree with it or agree with it. You can disagree with it, but yeah, that's the way you do it. That's the sports talk radio I was brought up on.
Exactly. And there are videos of me with you at sportsbooks in Vegas that will never see the light of day.
Let's hope. They're not going to see the light of day because of me.
Well, there's no reason for me to share it. Let's just say we didn't get a lot of sleep the night before. Kept the party going.
That's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, that video is so good because I'm on Mars and you're still on planet Earth, and you're engaging me. You're playing along nicely with me, which I appreciate.
I'm sure the shoe has been on the other foot plenty of times.
All right, so you've got an issue with someone we need to pump the brakes on, a certain Broncos player. Tell me who.
Well, look, I love the Jalen Waddle trade. I think it's a great addition. I think going into the offseason, if you said, hey, we're going to run it back, but they got to add one thing, the thing they needed to add was a playmaker on offense. We can debate whether it should have been a running back, a tight end, or a receiver, but they needed to bring in somebody that opposing defensive coordinators lied awake at night the week they were playing the Broncos, staring at their ceiling and thinking, all right, what are we going to do with this guy? That was just drastically missing from the roster a year ago. So I love the Jalen Waddle addition. I think he's a really good player. I think back before Miami turned into just a dumpster fire, he was borderline great player. Like he was dangerous. So I like the addition. So I don't want people to take this as a negative. However, here's the two reasons I'm worried about his first-year production here in Denver. The reasons why I'm like, can everybody pump the brakes of like he's going to have 30% of their catches and 30% of their, some of these things you're hearing. Last year, they brought in Evan Ingram. I know it's a different position, but all we heard all offseasons, they got their joker. They're going to do so many creative things with him. They're going to figure out how to stretch the defense and all these new looks. How would you rate on a scale of 1 to 10 Evan Ingram's first year in Denver?
Oh, 3 or 4. It was pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, it wasn't awful.
He had the play in Washington in overtime.
Correct.
He had the touchdown against the Eagles, but those are really the only two that popped to mind.
Yeah, and again, it wasn't a disaster, but it certainly wasn't a home run. I wouldn't even say it was at expectations. I thought it was disappointing.
He had a very quiet, I don't know the exact number of catches, but it was very quiet for the 50-ish catches he had last year.
It was disappointing. Some of that's on him, some of it's on the coaching staff. The other reason I'm a little concerned about this, and look, Jalen Waddle is a far superior wide receiver to Marvin Mims. He is. But for at least 2 years, we've been hearing, we got to figure out how to get Marvin Mims more involved. Well, why don't you? Why don't you? Now, again, Jalen Waddle's a better player, better route runner. I think he's going to be smarter in the offense, right? He's been around longer. I think he's got more of a football IQ from experience than Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims isn't on the field a lot. Like some of these things you can only learn from reps. And so I think that's going to make a difference. But we saw last year a new weapon, the big shiny thing that's going to come in and change the offense, didn't live up to expectations. We've seen for a couple of seasons them talking after the year is over of like, we got to get this playmaker more involved. I think there's a chance that at the end of the season we're saying similar things about Jalen Waddle that we said about Evan Ingram of like, man, didn't quite have the impact I expected him to. And I think there's a chance we're having the same criticism of the coaching staff of why can they not get a playmaker like that involved? There's a lot of factors for it. I think Bo Nix really, really, really trusts Courtland Sutton. If it's 3rd down and 4th down, that's where he's going.
Sure.
And I think that's understandable. Courtland Sutton, I wrote about it this week when he made the NFL's Top 100 list, and I'll raise my hand as one of the people that falls into this category. We've underappreciated Courtland Sutton.
He's been here through some very bad times. I mean, it's really just him and Garrett Bowles who are left, who lived all those terrible Broncos teams post Super Bowl 50.
He's not Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, but we act like if you're not, then you're not a good receiver. Like, no, he's really good.
He's a reliable, every down NFL wide receiver.
And we've all said for multiple years now of like, he wouldn't be a number one on most teams. He'll be a great number two. I think I said it on these airwaves a couple of weeks ago. And so I think he's underappreciated. I think Bo Nix really appreciates him, and I think Bo Nix is going to look for him over and over and over again. I don't think that's going to change. And then I think Sean, and this is going to sound like a criticism, it's not. Sean is really good at coming up with creative ways to get the ball to Nate Atkins and Adam Troutman, right? Like Nate Atkins scored a couple of touchdowns where he lines up on the right side at tight end, he blocks to the right, and then drags all the way across. And you know what? The opposing defense pays attention to Nate Atkins for 0.5 seconds. As soon as it looks like he's blocking, nobody's covering him, and he's wide open for touchdown.
Heck, Sean got Frank Crum a touchdown in a playoff game.
That's what Sean is during his years here. If we're looking at it and saying, when did Sean ever dazzle us with his play calling or his play design? It's those kind of things.
Bo Nix scored a touchdown his rookie year in Baltimore, catching a pass on fourth down.
He's been, I would say, really good at finding ways to get players the other team isn't worried about into the end zone or first downs or whatever, like big plays out of that.
But you want to see it from the stars.
Correct. Like, what can you do with the number two receiver? Now, part of that could be who those guys have been. And again, Jalen Waddle is light years better than those guys. He is. Jalen Waddle 3 or 4 years ago was in that conversation. He wasn't Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, but he was in that conversation of elite wide receivers.
He and Tyreek Hill had a stretch where they looked borderline unstoppable in Miami.
Yeah.
And then when they finally made the playoffs, they had to go to Kansas City, and it was like negative 37 degrees.
So he has that potential, but there are some factors at play here of like, well, I haven't seen it in Denver with Sean Payton. I haven't seen it in Denver with Bo Nix, where a second receiver week in and week out is able to put up consistent numbers. Cortland Sutton has done it, and then they've done it with rando of the week that the other team isn't worried about. I want to see it with a second guy over and over and over again, week in and week out.
All right, well, to quote Zach Bye, we'll put a pin on this because I do have some pushback to give you. We'll certainly revisit it later in the show. I like your examples, though. We saw with Ingram last year, didn't live up to the hype. Mims has explosive skill sets. It's worked at times. It hasn't worked at other times. So we will circle back to that for sure. But in the meantime, it's a staple on Dover and Cecil. 11:45, we'll check our X. Oh, we've got some good stuff to pass along. That's on the other side.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The package of seeds you see at garden stores. I just bought a few. Lettuce, sunflower, and green beans. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. You may be wondering why a banker is talking about planting and not savings accounts. Well, these seeds got me thinking. Growing something new doesn't just happen in the garden. Alpine Bank can help you do that to your life too. Maybe starting a business is on your mind. Is fresh landscaping or a backyard patio something you'd like? When you have a minute, call or visit Alpine Bank. Tell us about your summer plans. Together we can plant seeds and see exciting things grow. Just like my sunflowers. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard Offers, you don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Nothing beats a Santiago's breakfast burrito, fresh, made from scratch, and smothered in their famous green chili every single day since 1991. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or a burrito on the go, nearly 30 locations across the Denver metro mean you're never far from your favorite meal. And right now, when you stop into Santiago's, you can make a difference too. Round up your change, make a donation, or grab some chocolates at the counter to support Sungate Kids, helping keep Colorado's children safe. Santiago's, faithfully authentic.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, we're checking our X as Dover and Cecil do every day around this time. It's Will Peterson in for Josh, James Merrilat in for Cecil. Let's start with this. Will Ferrell, Netflix, pumping hard. Quote, he's the greatest golfer in the world. Will Ferrell stars in The Hawk. Now on Netflix, so you could go watch it tonight if you want, James. Is Will Ferrell still funny? I think is the question that comes to my mind.
I'm trying to think of the last time he did something that I thought was funny.
Really? It's been that long.
I mean, he had an appearance on Saturday Night Live not too long ago. There were some okay clips. He had a part where he played the doctor, and he accidentally removed a part you wouldn't want removed off your body. Like, that was a pretty funny little skit. But for the most part, like, when's the last good Will Ferrell movie?
Yeah, like, Will Ferrell movie that really made me laugh. Obviously, you got Step Brothers, you got Talladega Goodnights, you've got Old School.
Other Guys was really
Other Guys
was funny.
Good. But we are kind of going on that, is it 15 years since Will Ferrell has made a funny movie?
Yeah. And this one, I've seen some of the clips and such. Just like, yeah, if I'm bored and there's nothing on and, you know, I've got insomnia, maybe I'll click it on. But no, I just think kind of the tenor of comedy has changed a little bit too, right? Like now it's more of you can be a little edgier again. Like it always kind of goes in cycles of what's, you know, what people find funny, what's kind of allowed, what's not allowed. Back when you had to be a super PC, Will Ferrell was at the top of the group that was able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I just think right now his stuff just kind of feels and seems lame.
What's Will Ferrell's funniest movie?
I think Step Brothers is at the top of my list. That movie's hysterical.
It's hysterical. It's 2 for me. I would go Old School at 1.
Old School. Okay.
I think Will Ferrell, Vince Vaughn. It's one of the Wilson brothers. It's not Owen.
Luke.
It's Luke. That movie is so rewatchable, so hilarious. I mean, Frank the Tank, you know, when he gets in the car after streaking through campus and asks his wife, honey, do you think KFC is still open? That is one of the best lines of all time.
Every married guy in the suburbs can just relate to Will. He's out working on his car in the driveway.
Yeah, he took the restrictor plate off,
That's right.
And he tells the neighbor, "Don't tell anyone." And then she goes, I brought you a soda or juice or whatever. He goes, I got a fresh beer. Don't worry about it.
It's a great call. It is one of those two, though. Step Brothers, he and John C. Reilly are hysterical together. It's one of those two. And so, I mean, to some extent, his new stuff is being graded against his old work. So he's kind of his own worst enemy here. But if this movie's even in the conversation with those, I would be absolutely shocked.
Yeah, The Hawk is now on Netflix. John Elway wants some more. We're going to give you some more on Check Your Ex. 1 year ago today, an awkward kiss cam changed everything. Chris Martin from Coldplay quipped, quote, either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. You'll remember this was the Coldplay concert, the man holding the woman. They get on the big screen, they awkwardly separate, and within hours, the internet had identified the pair as astronomer CEO Andy Byron and Chief People Officer Kristen Cabot. You'll remember this, James. This thing broke the internet, and it was every single meme for not even just 24, 48 hours. It was weeks and weeks this thing lived on.
Well, yeah, for a lot of reasons. Number one, it was just hysterical. It's so funny to watch somebody get caught red-handed. So that made it great. It's also, those two could not have picked a worse time on the calendar for that to happen. This is the time of year, right around the MLB All-Star game, where literally nothing is happening. Last year, there wasn't even a World Cup. So there was nothing to distract us. If this happens in October, and all of a sudden the next day it's Jerry Jones said something dumb on his radio show, everybody's talking about that.
Move on.
Everybody's moved on. It happened in a time where you've got like 2 weeks between right now and the start of training camp where there was nothing to take it out of the top of the news cycle, and it just went on and on and on and on. But mostly it's just because it's funny to watch people get caught red-handed doing something they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, and then the one woman was like mad at Coldplay or something. It's like, really?
Yeah.
You went to a concert. Guess what? You go to a concert. I know there's 80,000 people there, but there's a shot. You're going to be on the big screen at some point. Maybe don't do this so publicly if you don't want to get in trouble. And then, of course, the lead singer of Coldplay, who, fun fact, played at Super Bowl 50 for the Broncos, had the good joke of like something's going on there, and that did kind of add fuel to the fire.
It really did. Like if he'd have said nothing, it still would. Everybody would have been like, "What was going on there?"
A little strange.
When he basically reinforced of, yeah, well, you all just saw. That's what I saw too. Like that, we all know what's happening here, right? Just added to it. That was fantastic. That's a year ago. It's hard to believe.
1 year ago today, one of the greatest memes in X history.
Like it, I love it, I want some more of it.
John Elway on The Masked Singer. He wants some more of it, so we'll give you this. LeBron James was just live on Tyrese Halliburton's podcast at Fanatics Fest. No major news to report, but at 3 o'clock Eastern, 1 our time, he and Rich Paul will join CNBC for a conversation. I don't think he's announcing it on CNBC. That would kind of shock me. No offense to CNBC, but I think if you're going to do Decision 2.0, you're probably doing it on ESPN, ABC, something like that. Where are you at on the LeBron drama? Do you want him to hurry up and make a decision, or do you like the intrigue?
I'd like him to hurry up and make a decision. It's one of the things that drives me nuts about LeBron. It's like he just loves the attention. Right? Like, let's just make the decision. We can all move on with our day. Speaking of, check our exes. Like, I had a tweet last night that has gotten some reaction.
Yeah, you've had a. Okay, I was going to use too strong a word. I was going to say you've had a weird 24 hours on X. I'll be kinder. You've had a harsh 24 hours on X.
Harsher than normal?
I mean, you've criticized whitewater rafting, pub crawls, and the Savannah Bananas all in the last 24 hours.
The first two were in one tweet. And that's what I was getting at. Of like, has Nikola Jokic been out there recruiting LeBron James?
What do you expect him to do? Go knock on his door in Akron?
Can he not squeeze that in between rooting on his horses, barrel rolling off a whitewater raft, and bouncing from bar to bar in Serbia?
Oh, so you added a fourth thing you don't like in the last 24 hours. You don't like whitewater rafting, pub crawls, horses, and the Savannah Bananas.
The Savannah Bananas was a separate one, but they opened the ESPYs last night, and I said if their 15 minutes aren't up, they're definitely in the 1450s.
Oh, come on. Everyone likes the Savannah Bananas.
Do we? Are we? I mean, really.
Look how quickly they sell out every single stadium
and
they go to.
And it was cool. I went when they were here. I'm over it. Like, they're the Harlem Globetrotters in the 70s on Wide World of Sports. Like, we get it. We get the act. We understand what we're going to see. Curly Neal's going to, bring out the bucket of confetti and throw it at somebody in the front row who thinks it's water. Okay, we got it. Like, I'm over it. It's done. It was cool. It was fun. I enjoyed being at it. It has run its course. Do you not agree there is a fuse on the Savannah Bananas?
Perhaps, but
Perhaps? You think this could go on indefinitely?
Well, my idea of the fuse is when people stop showing up, and I don't think people are going to stop showing up anytime soon.
I think they are.
Really?
Yes. There was a day and age when the Harlem Globetrotters would come to town, McNichols Arena was packed. A few years ago, they came to town. You couldn't have filled, what was the barn up in Broomfield that they've since torn down?
Oh, didn't the Eagles play there for a little bit?
Wasn't that the First Bank Center?
First Bank Center.
No, it was the Rage and the 14ers.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think the Harlem Globetrotters could fill the Thunderdome at Manual High School now.
Okay. Well, I called your 24 hours on X harsh.
I don't think it was harsh. I think it was very accurate.
Would you prefer I'd use weird? Which one do you like better?
You don't think my
You're just criticizing fun. You're criticizing whitewater rafting and horses and pub crawls.
No, I'm criticizing
and
Nikola
family
Jokic.
Entertainment.
I'm criticizing Nikola Jokic. Go out there and lobby.
Okay. Let's get the jet fired up so Nikola can fly from Serbia to Akron to go recruit LeBron James. Is that realistic?
Why is it not?
Because LeBron's got a very tight inner circle that he's working through this with.
He's too busy rooting for his horses, whitewater rafting, and doing pub crawls through Serbia.
Of all the people on the Nuggets you could have a problem with, it does surprise me
He's
that
the
Nikola
number one guy.
is your target.
He's the best player on the team.
He would be like number 72nd on my power rankings of problems with that organization.
Well, listen, John Elway got on his Harley Davidson, rode to Sturgis, and recruited Gary Zimmerman out of retirement.
Different era.
Why? Why?
No smartphones. You had to get on the motorcycle and go do it yourself.
For the love of Pete.
I think Nikola could send LeBron a text pretty easily.
Okay,
they do have Verizon over in Serbia.
Do you think it makes more of an impact if you were trying to decide what station you wanted to go to, and I shot you a text before I grabbed my oar and went whitewater rafting, or I got in my car and drove over to your house and talked to you about why we wanted you here at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan?
I would
Which
appreciate
one has
in
more of an
person,
impact?
for sure. For sure. I'm also not LeBron James.
Hey, Will, I'm squeezing into this, rent a life vest. Just wanted to touch base. Hope you join us. See ya.
All right, you're going to get us in trouble because we got to hit a quick timeout. We'll continue this, plus a fun trip down memory lane coming up next.
The Nuggets got bounced in the first round, and instead of fixing the roster, they've spent this offseason chasing LeBron James, a 41-year-old who, according to Shams Charania, doesn't even have Denver on his short list. Meanwhile, Payton Watson is still on side. Wing defenders are vanishing off the market, and Jokic just pushed his extension to next year. So is the LeBron dream holding this team hostage? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Men, erectile dysfunction can affect much more than just your sex life. It can create stress in relationships, leading to feelings of anxiety or embarrassment, and impact your overall confidence and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and we specialize in treating men's sexual health issues to help men find solutions that fit their individual needs. ED is a frustrating condition, and many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. But the good news is that if you're like most men, we have the answer. Our licensed medical providers will evaluate your specific medical situation and recommend a plan designed for you. And these advanced medical therapies work, with treatments having success rates of well over 90%, which means you and the one you love can have great sex again without the fear and worry of ED. You can even last up to an hour or more, and you may just find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Biondino Law Firm.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
All right, we are halfway through, having so much fun on this Thursday. It's James Marilat. I'm Will Peterson, hanging out for Dover and Cecil. Ton of reaction on the RamosLaw.com text line about Will Ferrell and his best movie. We missed two.
Okay.
Anchorman's getting a lot of love.
The fight scene loses it for me. The rest of the movie's great. That silliness is just, I can't get over it.
There's actually more than two. I won't do all Will Ferrell, but Night at the Roxbury is another popular one that's getting texted in on the RamosLaw.com text line.
If you're clicking around and that's on, you're watching?
I think Night at the Roxbury is pretty well done, actually.
Okay. I mean, I don't mean to bag on it, but is it in the same class as Old School and Step Brothers? It is not. Is that Chris Kattan?
Might be.
Okay.
Ringing a bell. Yep.
I mean, it's a fine movie. It's funny. It's kind of like Coneheads.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
We were talking about...
Those aren't bad misses. I don't feel bad.
Okay. Power ranking the issues with the Nuggets. I said Nikola Jokic would be 72nd on my list. Please don't tell me he'd be first on your list.
No. He wouldn't be first on my list. David Adelman's number one on my list.
Ahead of Josh Kroenke? Ben Tenzer? Jonathan Wallace?
I mean, Josh Kroenke, you could put him up there for sure. He's created this situation. He basically runs that organization like Dick Monfort ran the Rockies for a long time where, hey, somebody leaves, let's just promote from within. Doesn't take the time to interview any outside candidate for head coach, for GM. Just bring up whoever's the number two. I mean, he did it with Calvin Booth. He did it with the guys that replaced Calvin Booth. He did it with David Adelman replacing Michael Malone. Like, it just happens. Jared Bednar was a promotion from their minor league system, like over and over and over again. It's like, we're not going to bother interviewing anybody. Let's just stand pat. Oh, hey, we once again underperformed in the playoffs with the Stanley Cup favorites. No problem. We're going to bring back the head coach. So, like, he certainly is on the list. I think firing Michael Malone was the right thing to do. I do. I think David Adelman did a very nice job in the short stint he had at the end of that season. What was it? 3 regular season games. Then in the playoffs, they went 7-7, lost in the second round, but they took the eventual champs to 7 games
and should have won games 4 and 5.
Right,
really should have won that series in 6. Blew game 4 when the Rockies fired Buddy Black in the third quarter, and then game 5 fell apart in the fourth quarter in their barn.
So they had every chance to win that series. It wasn't really coaching that cost them, though. It was they had a ton of injuries. Michael Porter Jr. was playing with one arm. AG got banged up. I thought he did a good job. I thought he did a good enough job as the interim coach to warrant coming back and getting a full season. I did. Would I have liked to seen them do a full search? And then if they decided, hey, you know what? The guy we had who just took the eventual champs to 7 games, better than any of these guys we just talked to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that would have made me feel better about it. But what we just saw in the postseason warranted a change. It did. It was okay, we need to bring in a seasoned veteran, established, proven NBA head coach because our window with Nikola Jokic is quickly closing. So those two, fine, they're 1 and 2. They flip-flop it. But I do think it's time to start holding the guy who makes $55 million a year accountable. I just think it is.
But he's won 3 MVPs, and you can make a real strong case he should have won 6 in a row. So I think he's earning every penny of that $55 million.
Was he good against the Timberwolves?
He was fine, but the rest of the team was awful.
He was fine.
He had no help around him. We always go back to, people criticize Jokic, and he was playing with Will Barton and Facu Campazzo. That's kind of how this version of the Nuggets felt when it was all said and done.
Really?
You had no Aaron Gordon. You had no Peyton Watson. You had Christian Brown, a complete shell of himself. You had Jamal Murray falling off a cliff after a good regular season. You had Cam Johnson, who underachieved all year. It was Nikola and a bunch of guys.
That sounds like a lot of excuses to me. It's Nikola Jokic on a team that's, they're having to cut costs so they don't go into the second apron. But now the excuse is, he doesn't have anything around him. I'm just over the excuses for Nikola Jokic. I'm over it. I'm just done with it. You're a great player.
But what more can he do?
Find me the time LeBron, Kobe, or Jordan blew a 20-point lead on their home court in a Game 7.
But now you're going back to 3 years ago.
Okay.
Now we're going pretty far back.
He doesn't get held accountable for his failings. When they win, he gets all the credit. And when they lose, it's everybody else's fault. Sign me up for that gig.
Well, he's consistently that great. Year in and year out, he is great.
He's a great player.
He should have won 6 straight MVPs. That would be a historic streak. He just got robbed by 2 of them from SGA and 1 from Joel Embiid.
Truly, truly great players. Generational players. The guys that are in the GOAT conversation. You can come up with an example in their career where they carried their team, an inferior team, to a win in the postseason over a team that was better. Find me that with Jokic. Great, their championship season. They beat 3 teams that played in play-in games in a 4 seed. And I know you're going to come back with, they beat LeBron and AD and KD and
Devin Booker and Anthony Edwards and Jimmy Butler. Yes,
Fine.
He beat historically great players in every single series.
They beat 2 8 seeds, a 7 and a 4.
Yeah, but that kind of proves the point of you wanted Anthony Edwards to carry the Wolves. He couldn't. Jokic beat him. You wanted KD and Booker to carry the Suns. They couldn't. Jokic beat him. You want LeBron and AD to carry the Lakers. They couldn't. Jokic swept them.
Anthony Edwards has beaten the Nuggets twice as the inferior team.
No, he didn't play last year. Or got hurt in Game 3? Let's be careful on that. Terrence Shannon Jr. and Jaden McDaniels beat the Nuggets this year, which almost does prove your point a little bit, but we can't act like Edwards went superhuman and that's why the Nuggets lost. They actually lost to worse players than Anthony Edwards.
But I'll just pose the question, and everybody who's mad at me on the text line, I'm sure, find me the playoff example when Nikola Jokic carried an inferior team to a win in a series. Find it.
Well, they went 16-4, and he was unbelievable in those 20 games. And all you can do is beat who's in front of you, and he beat about 7 Hall of Famers in front of him.
Fine. Okay. And they lost the Game 7 on their home court to the Timberwolves. They lost the Game 7 on their home court to Portland.
But now you're moving the goalpost because for all those losses, you blamed Michael Malone. You did. You blamed the head coach.
I'm just saying, but we're having a Jokic conversation here. I can come up with multiple examples where he lost with a better team.
So whose fault was it? Was it Malone's or Jokic's?
It doesn't have to be just one guy. It can be both of them. But if you have a 20-point lead and Nikola Jokic is on your team, that guy should get the ball every time down the floor, and he either scores or goes to the free throw line. Instead, he settled for 3-pointers and was like 2 for 12 in that game.
He did look tired toward the end of that game.
So
I'll
is
give you
that on Malone because he kept running two-man game and they never adjusted to the way Minnesota was defending it, and Minnesota was defending it in a way that had Jokic pop out and shoot threes? Or is that on Jokic for not putting his butt down in the block and demanding the basketball and taking over the game?
To me, it's more on the head coach. He should.
Okay.
He needed to change the style.
But
up in
it's
that
on
basketball
both
game.
of them. What would other great players do? You think Jordan would just settle for, I'll just pop outside and shoot threes even though I'm missing? Or you think he'd go to the rack and go to the foul line?
Yeah, but Jordan had Hall of Famers next to him. He had Scottie Pippen. He had Dennis Rodman.
He won series before he had those guys.
Well, he won his titles with those guys.
He beat Cleveland when he had a lesser team, an inferior team.
And then he lost in the conference finals or the NBA finals?
Every great player, I can come up with a series that they won with the lesser team, except for Nikola Jokic. Nobody has an example. Nobody has one.
Yeah, but what happened to Kobe at the end of his career? Those Lakers teams stunk. They didn't even make the playoffs. What's happening to Steph and Golden State right now, James? They're a play-in team every single year.
I get it. I'm not saying if you're a great player, you win the championship every single year.
But great players without help have struggled. Kobe has struggled. Steph has struggled. Nikola without help is starting to struggle a little bit.
Great players. My expectation is one time I want to see Nikola Jokic one time carry an inferior opponent to a victory in the postseason. I can come up with, off the top of my head, 3 examples where with the superior team, his team's lost. That's not a good ratio. And because I demand one, I'm being harsh on Jokic. And because I don't find it cute anymore that the Nuggets get bounced in 6 games, they're out in the first round, and the team's Twitter account thinks it's still cute to post photos of Nikola Jokic whitewater rafting.
James, that's a social media manager making $55-60 grand a year. What are they supposed to do?
It's the social media manager with the Rockies who, hey, we just got swept in L.A. Here's a photo of our menu of how we're eating like kings on the way to San Francisco. It's tone deaf.
But they have to create content. We're in the content business. People need to create content. If you're the Nuggets social media manager, what are you supposed to do all summer?
Get
fired because you're not posting content?
That one tweet. That made the big difference in his offseason. His one tweet.
It's the best player in the world, having fun. People are going to engage.
I don't
it's
want to
going to get impressions.
I don't want to see it. It's not cute anymore.
Can you understand why they do it?
No, not at this point. It's tone deaf. You lost in the first round.
Should they go knock on Josh's door and say, hey, Josh, I'm your low-level social media manager with the Nuggets. Am I no longer allowed to post Nikola whitewater rafting?
If I'm Josh, I'm coming down and saying, who posted this crap?
I don't think Josh is paying that much attention.
Well, that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem.
He should be refreshing the team's Twitter feed for
you
fun
should know
and quirky
what's going
content.
On. You should know what's going on. I think it's tone deaf. You lost in the first round to a G League team, essentially. And hey, let's yuck it up as we barrel roll off the whitewater raft.
Well, we were doing power rankings of Nuggets' fault, and James is including the social media manager.
It's time for the pub crawl through Serbia. Hey, guess whose horse won today?
The 26-year-old with access to the Nuggets Twitter is ticking off James.
I just think it's tone deaf.
All right.
I just think it's funny in this town that if you say anything negative about Nikola Jokic, you're some sort of hater.
Let's keep it on the Nuggets because we're with you guys until about 12:25. We got plenty of commercial-free radio. This morning, odds makers dropped the over-under win totals for next year. The Nuggets checked in at 49.5. So they're still in contender status. Last 4 years, they've won at least 50 games. They've gone over that 54-28, 50-32, 57-25, 53-29. So for all the doom and gloom about the Nuggets, and I have been one of them, very underwhelming offseason. The Athletic gave them a D-. You do kind of remind yourself they still have Nikola Jokic when a win total is being set at 49.5. 50 wins in the NBA is a successful regular season.
They won 54 games last year, and 7 different players missed at least a month.
Crazy.
Including Jokic. So I'm critical of David Adelman. I thought they should have moved on from him after the playoff meltdown. He did a really nice job in the regular season. He did. They won more road games than they've ever won, and they had a 10-game road winning streak. Like, there were some things during the regular season that were really impressive. So if you made me pick on that wager, I'm taking the over. And barring a catastrophic injury to Jokic, I don't know how you don't win 50 games, especially when you play half your games in Denver, where a lot of teams are, on West Coast trips. It's game 5 out of 5. They catch a bird from San Francisco to Denver, get here at 3 in the morning, have to play a game before they finally fly back to Washington and end their road trip. You're going to get a lot of free wins that way. 50 seems like a layup, but you're going to hear this from me for the next 10 months with that team and with the Avs. Don't care. Don't care what happens in the regular season.
It does feel like we're at that point, and I think it raises the question, are we spoiled?
No.
No, because I was working with you 10 years ago when both those teams making the playoffs was a big deal. The Avalanche Game 82, they had the dog pile against the Blues. But my point is, neither's looked back. They make the playoffs every single year, hence my question, are we spoiled?
No, because the expectations changed. It's the same argument I get from CU fans when I say I'm over the Tad Boyle era. Like, I'm over it. Like, I'm done with the team that's going to win 18 to 21 games, and at best they're going to be a bubble team, and all the folks from Channel 4 and 7 and 9 and 31 are going to go up to Tad's house on Selection Sunday and see if they get in. And then if they get in, they get to play that play-in game in Dayton. Maybe they win that, and then they get bounced. That's the ceiling. They've never gotten beyond that. They don't get to the second weekend of the NCAA tournament. It hasn't progressed. They won the Pac-12 title in 2012. By the time they play another tournament, that'll have been 15 years ago. And people say, wow, don't you remember what it was like before when they had Bizdelic and Joe Harrington? And I mean, gosh, we would have really been excited to even be sniffing the tournament. Yeah, and now expectations change. Like, that doesn't mean I have to be excited about being a bubble team year after year after year after year. At one point, that was cool because that was all I got.
But I think we're fortunate we are in title or bust windows for both teams. There are markets around the country that would kill for their teams to make the playoffs. The Avs make the playoffs every single year. The Nuggets make the playoffs every single year.
Great.
Therefore, I think we are spoiled. I'm with you. You're making sense. Am I excited about an Avs regular season opener on September 30th? I'm not. Am I excited about a Nuggets Tuesday night game against the Wizards in November? I am not. But that said, I feel thankful that these teams will just roll out of bed and roll into the playoffs. That's a lucky thing to have as a sports fan.
I agree. I'm thankful for that, too.
You seem hung up on the word spoiled. Isn't that the definition of being spoiled?
No.
That our teams will make the playoffs no matter what. Like, I can sit here today and guarantee the Nuggets will make the playoffs. I can guarantee the Avs will make the playoffs.
Spoiled is that you don't appreciate it.
You just said you don't care about the regular season.
I don't. It doesn't mean I'm not thankful for the fact that I can only care about the playoffs.
That's kind of not appreciating it.
I'm very thankful for that. I'm very thankful for the fact that these teams are in championship or bust windows, that it's a foregone conclusion they're going to make the playoffs, that if they don't make the playoffs, something catastrophically disastrous happened. Yes, I'm thankful for that. That doesn't make me spoiled. It's just that's where we're at this point. Like, spoiled is you don't appreciate where you're at. I appreciate it. Doesn't mean I don't have to care about the opener in September to appreciate the fact that this is a really good hockey team. I don't care. I don't care about a single one of their 84 regular season games.
Well, we did get the Avs schedule here in the last hour and 15 minutes. 84 games, as you mentioned, which I hate that. You're just blowing up your record book, right? All your records that have been set on 82-game seasons will now get broken. And people say, well, the NFL added a 17th. That's a chunk. Now you get 9 home games instead of 8, and it rotates every year. Why did the owners feel so greedy in the NHL? They had to go from 82 to 84 to get one more lousy home game?
What was the rationale for it? Is it to balance the schedule?
That's probably what they hid behind. We both know the real rationale is the almighty dollar. That's got to be what it is.
There are certain things that happen in sports where it's like, man, you were giving the fans something no one asked for. No one asked for more regular season games in the NHL.
No,
they just
absolutely
didn't.
not.
Just like nobody's asking for 96 teams in the NCAA tournament. They're just not. Just like nobody's asking for 48 teams in the World Cup next time around. The tournament that is just about to conclude on Sunday has been as close to perfect as you can have.
Been great.
The 2 best teams are in the final, but you had some upstarts along the way. You had Cape Verde nearly knock off a team that's probably going to win the World Cup. It's been a great mix of Cinderellas and blue bloods, so to speak, and stars and guys who came out of nowhere and became stars and went from having 20,000 Instagram followers to 7 million. And now you're going to add more? Why? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants 2 more NHL games.
Can I give you some highlights of this Avs schedule as long as we're on it?
Yeah.
It's like you're a kid I just asked to take out the trash. You're like, oh. Avs Kings, September 30th, Ball Arena. That will be the opener. In fact, it's in September is a joke. What are we doing? Why are we playing for 2 points in September? Come on.
Yeah.
You agree? Way too early to play regular season hockey.
I could not agree more. It's the opener, so okay.
You'll tune in.
Yes.
You got a back-to-back with Dallas in the middle of October. Obviously, they didn't meet in the playoffs this year, so that loses a little bit of its luster, but I still think if you polled Avs fans, who do you hate the most? Vegas would get votes. Minnesota would get votes. I think Dallas would get the most votes.
Okay. I'm not going to get all Twitter-pated about a back-to-back in October.
Can I get you excited about New Year's Eve in Utah?
Yes.
At Rice-Eccles Stadium,
Yes.
an outdoor game in front of 60,000, 70,000 people. College football stadium turned into a hockey rink.
Yes. I could be excited about that. Here's something I never thought I'd say. I kind of want to spend New Year's Eve in Utah. That sounds fun.
Be fun as heck. Go to that game. Outdoor game, atmosphere. We all went to Coors Field all those years ago. That was a blast. I still think they should play a hockey game at Folsom. I think that would be incredible.
I agree.
Folsom Field and Avs game.
They could play a game up at Canvas Stadium, and people could go to actually find the stadium that way.
I'm going to let that one lie. January 2nd, first time you get Vegas. Got to wait till 2027 to get Vegas again.
That's a good one. That's actually maybe, the outdoor game's going to be cool. I will 100% tune into that. Would love to go to it. That's a fun one. The first game I truly care about, the opener I care about just because it's like, okay, they're back. But like that I truly care about, and I will be interested in the result. Like if they lose the opener to the Kings, I'm not going to come on here and yell and scream.
It's all good.
Oh my gosh. But like by the time you get to January, you've got 3 months of the season under your belt. You're getting a shot at Vegas here. Like I will care about that result. I'm not going to be sky is falling if they lose. But, like, that will actually mean something to me. What the final score is will be important in that game. That's the first game on the slate that I can say that about.
Well, you get Vegas twice in 72 hours because you play them in their barn on January 2nd, and then you play them back here on Monday, January 4th. So, actually, 48 hours. You'll get Vegas back-to-back. And then we'll kind of flash forward to the end. This is actually an interesting game because you have to finish with a 5-game road trip. San Jose, Anaheim, Minnesota, Vancouver, Calgary. The Wild are one of those 5 games, and then on April 10th, the season finale, you get the Wild here. So you get Minnesota twice in the last 4 games. I know they ran away with the Central last year. Dallas made it interesting for a little bit, ultimately won the President's Trophy. I think the Wild are coming. I think the Stars are falling off. You could actually tell me that when you play Minnesota twice in your final 4 games, the Central Division and home ice advantage is on the line.
I would agree with that. There's a reason why the NHL put that matchup twice in the last 4 games. They think there's a chance that could happen too, right? They want the divisional matchups. It's, hey, who do we think has a chance to be atop the division? How do we make these games as interesting as possible? The league is betting on that being at least a reasonable chance of it happening. So, yeah, I could see that. And at that point, you want to see how they're playing, how they're going into the playoffs. But Will, they could go 84-0 and it doesn't matter.
No, all we care about is the postseason. I'm with you there.
With that team especially, right? Now, the Nuggets, I think the regular season is more important because I think seeding truly matters in the NBA. I think if they're playing Game 7 against the Thunder at home, now they were way behind them and had no chance of happening, but that makes that game 2 years ago distinctly different. We've seen this team lose twice on their home floor in Game 7, so it's not a surefire thing, but man, it really matters in the NBA. Home ice advantage doesn't mean squat in the NHL playoffs.
Well, I do think 2 years ago when you were in Dallas in Game 7, that game got a little out of control in the third period because you were on the road.
It snowballed. I don't think that snowball effect happens at Ball Arena, but I guess your chances of stealing games early in a series are better in the NHL. A Game 7, you always want to be at home, for sure. But we've seen this team lose to Minnesota years ago in a Game 7 at home.
Nathan McKinnon's rookie year.
So it's just, it just is why these 84 games, it is strictly a formality. It is a matter of don't get anybody hurt. That's it.
Well, and last year, unfortunately, Cale Makar got hurt at the exact wrong time. Couldn't play Game 1 and 2 against Vegas here in Denver. You went down 0-2. Like, I still tell people, they said, what went wrong with the Avs? I said, Cale Makar not playing those first 2 games.
I think that gets overlooked.
Because if he plays both, you may win both, or you worst case, you split. When you got down 0-2, and it felt like a Hail Mary to put Cale back in the lineup for Game 3, and good on Cale for getting back out there. I've told people I saw him after Game 5, that epic win against the Wild. He couldn't walk. I didn't share that at the time, but I'm comfortable sharing it now. I tried to go interview Cale. Avs PR, who's great, said, hey, he's not going to talk tonight. I said, oh, okay, that's a little strange. And then he could not walk from his locker to the shower. And people said, well, is he that hurt? And I said, yeah, he's that hurt, guys. He's that hurt. And what happened? He didn't play. They had a week off, and he couldn't play a week later. in games 1 and 2 against Vegas. He ultimately needed almost 2 weeks before he got back on the ice. So you're right. Injuries, not only in the regular season, but in the postseason, that is what derailed them this year. Cale Makar got hurt against the Minnesota Wild.
Yes, it was a factor, for sure.
Big factor.
And I think it gets overlooked. They still had more talent even without him than Vegas. It's still an unacceptable loss.
Should have won the series. I'll give you that. I'm not letting them off the hook. I'm just telling you, if Cale plays in game 1 and 2, you're headed to the desert either up 2-0 or worst case tied 1-1.
I would tend to agree with that. I think you're right. I don't think you lose both those games with the healthy Cale Makar. You might lose game 1. They might come in here and steal that one. I think you bounce back and win game 2, and then you're not trying to dig your way out of that hole. I'm beyond giving that team a free pass. 2 things I'm not giving a free pass anymore. I'm not giving the Avs a free pass anymore as a collective, the entire group. And I'm not giving Nikola Jokic a free pass anymore. I'm just not. And if nobody else in this town wants to hold him to a high standard, fine. But when you're making $55 million a year, when you're in your 30s, the things that were cute in your mid-20s aren't cute anymore. It's just not.
All right, well, a do-or-die season for both teams. I think we can meet in the middle on that. Major changes coming.
It's not a do-or-die.
I think major changes coming for both.
They're both running it all back.
Well, Jared Bednar does not have a new deal, and I can't imagine if the Nuggets lose in the first round again, David Adelman's still the head coach. So to me, those would be major changes, and I think both coaches firmly on the hot seat.
The fact that they're both back tells me that I don't know that I would expect them to be on the hot seat.
All right.
And if they are, I think we just need to look like, well, who sits next to him on the bench? Because that'll be the next head coach.
Something happened in the World Cup yesterday that we are going to tie back to Denver Sports. We'll do it on the other side.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, And the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with all these Bluebird days in Colorado. Enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. Through July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing is available. Visit GoBluebirdCO.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Brought to you by Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advanced healthcare with human kindness in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is shutout. SHUTOUT. Text shutout to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's shutout to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
A lot of great reaction on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Appreciate everyone giving the feedback. Can't read them all on air, but I promise I check them all out during breaks, or as many as I can. Want to hit this from Dawn and Greeley. He says, hey, just want to send you guys a message. I was at the shirt drop today. I got my training camp t-shirt. Had a great turnout. It was just so good. You guys do a great job. Wanted to say thank you. So all those people that went to Santiago's in Golden getting their t-shirts. James, still 29 more minutes to head to 2501 Ford Street. It is while supplies last, but sounds like our first t-shirt drop is success. We've got a happy fan in Dawn. Appreciate the kind words.
That's when it feels like football season's here. Training camp's right around the corner when we start doing the t-shirt drops. They're all over the metro area this year, which is great, right? So this one started off on the west side of town in Golden. There will be ones coming your way. I wouldn't say I'd wait for those, though. You never know, right? Like it could be, hey, I live down south. I'm waiting until it comes down south. Maybe that's the one they're packed, and you don't get it while supplies last. So if you're free and have the chance, go to any of the drops. But good to see it's off to a good start.
Well, tomorrow morning, this is the first time I've done this read, so if folks are looking for a new location, tomorrow, 8 to 9 a.m., next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's, located at 860 Kinner Street in Castle Rock. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details in the final location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. So there you go. We're wrapping up Golden the next 25 minutes or so. We'll be in Castle Rock, Santiago's Mexican Restaurant, 8 to 9 tomorrow morning.
See, that's a new location. We haven't been that far south. That's great.
Golden got a lot of love. I'm glad we're giving Castle Rock some love now, too.
That's right.
So go down there if you want a T-shirt. Thank you again to Don. All right, yesterday, Argentina, England. What a game, James. What a game. Even when England was up 1-0, you felt like Argentina was going to win because England just kind of turtled. It was so bizarre.
There's no kinda about it.
You're like, you guys think you're up 3-0? You think you're up 4-0? Argentina's about to dump some tea in the harbor. You guys are in trouble.
Yeah.
And they come back with not one but two goals in regulation time. I definitely thought it was going to go to extra time when they made it 1-1. And Lionel Messi, best soccer player on the planet, said, you know what? I'm just going to end it right here. Beautiful cross, nice header. Argentina wins 2-1. I want to tie it back to Denver, but quick thoughts from you on the really intriguing World Cup semifinal we watched yesterday.
I just thought England did a terrible job of trying to hold the lead, right? They essentially went into the football equivalent of prevent defense. They played not to lose instead of playing to win. They got ultra conservative, and it blew up in their face. And when teams do that, I like to see it blow up in their face. The not staying aggressive part of it just drives me nuts. And then Messi, And listen, I know everybody knows he's a great player, but very rarely do you watch the best players in the world at any sport, and then one guy is head and shoulders better than everybody else. It was like watching Tiger Woods in his prime, where here's the best golfers on planet Earth, and this guy's so much better than the rest of them. Like Messi, his 2 assists were amazing. He had 3 or 4 other crosses that had a chance to be goals. Like, they could have scored 5 goals in the last 10 minutes of that game.
They really could have.
They hit the post a couple of times. They were just wide a couple of times. And his ability to place the ball right where he wants it, and then the way the ball seems to, like, slow down in midair, where it looks like it's going to go flying off the field and it just stops and drops right where it's supposed to. That guy is he's like a sorcerer. It's so fun to watch and so impressive. If you can't watch him and appreciate what he does on a soccer field, even if you're not a soccer fan, you're just wanting to hate soccer. You just are. Like, that guy is just a pure joy to watch. Even if you're rooting for England yesterday, I think at some point you get over the sting of the loss and you just tip your cap and go, hey, we got beat by arguably the greatest player of all time. It was just a treat to watch. It really was.
And watching Messi over the last, I've watched Messi, 15, 20 years now, but even just the last few games, he's just not a big dude.
No.
Because you always want to watch the best players. You got eyes on him. Okay, there's Messi. He's tiny. He looks tiny on the TV. And yet he constantly, he had the run in the first half where he went through like 5 different defenders, and they eventually had to foul him because they're like, well, if he goes through me, he's going to score. So I thought Lionel Messi was just a treat. I thought it was a great, great game. Looking forward to the final on Sunday. And this brings us back to Denver. Does Argentina feel like a team of destiny? And have there been teams in Denver sports history that just felt like destiny? You just knew they were going to hoist the trophy. The example I'll give you, one we have not brought up yet today, but I want to hear your thoughts on it. They didn't hoist the trophy. They had a great run, and they felt like a team of destiny, and their own success penalized them, and that's the 2007 Colorado Rockies. They won 21 of 22. James, once they swept the Diamondbacks and they had the ambulances on the field and the light show and they're getting their big NLCS trophy and the families are all out there, I was fortunate enough to be in the building that night. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're going to win the World Series. The problem is Cleveland and Boston went 7 on the other side of the bracket in the AL. The Red Sox won that series, and baseball's a timing sport. The Rockies had 8 days off. Were the Red Sox the better team on paper? Of course they were. But I still, to this day, think if that series had started 24, 48 hours after they had beaten Arizona, the 2007 Rockies would have found a way to beat the Red Sox because they were just sort of having an out-of-body experience with how hot they were.
Yeah, no, that's a great example. I mean, the Phillies and the Diamondbacks were better teams on paper too, but the Rockies were just unbelievably hot. So, yes, they felt like a team of destiny, and then the clock struck midnight. The other team that falls into that category was the 1989 Buffs. That was the year Sal and Essie passed away. Darian Hagan stepped in. They went undefeated. They got to the Orange Bowl. They're playing Notre Dame with the chance to win the national title. They've got first and goal from the 1-yard line. Can't get in the first half. They've got Eric Bieniemy running all by himself down the middle of the field for what's going to be a 70-yard touchdown. He tries to switch the ball from one hand to the other and drops it. Then they end up losing the game 24-6. That team felt like a team of destiny. If I could go back in time and change the outcome of any sporting event in my lifetime, that would be it, because that was going to be a Disney movie.
Yeah, it really was.
It was just an incredible run, an incredible story. That felt like a team of destiny. The team of destiny that actually capped it off was the second of the Broncos Super Bowl titles in the 1990s. The team that started off 13-0, TD rushes for 2,000 yards. They go 14-2 and then just steamroll through the postseason. That felt like a team of destiny from the standpoint of it was inevitable they were going to win the championship.
Well, and John Elway had gotten the monkey off his back, and it's like, why not add a second? Because Elway's legacy was always going to be, is he ever going to win the Super Bowl? Well, then once he won one, it's like, boom, he broke through. And I firmly believe if John had come back the following year, they could have three-peated.
I agree, and it's hard to – it's a great way to end it. You ride off in the sunset of Super Bowl MVP. But now that he's in his 60s, I think he just turned 66 – you wonder, because you can. If I was a professional athlete, I would rather retire too late than too early, because you can never go back and get those years back, right? You can never be like, I'm going to go back and play that season. Run that thing as long as you can, and then walk away. You got a lot of years to go be retired and play golf and do those kind of things. You can only play professional whatever for so long, it makes me wonder if he doesn't regret coming back and trying to see how much was left. I mean, he was Super Bowl MVP in his final game. He was banged up that year, but Bubby played. Bubby went 4-0. When John played, he was really good. He played at a high level. Health-wise, he had the hamstring that bothered him all year, but otherwise, he was still as good as he ever was. It wasn't like it was like, oh man, John just not the same guy. Payton was different.
I was going to say that's the difference between John and Payton. Payton, you knew it was over.
It was over. There was nothing left. The fact that he ever came back from that neck injury, talk about an underappreciated story. A guy that couldn't throw a football 5 yards, basically had to teach himself to throw a ball again, comes back, not only plays, wins MVPs, wins a Super Bowl, leads the greatest offense in the history of the league, has a 4-year stretch that's unbelievable when he had to relearn how to play the game.
It's crazy.
In his late 30s. But I don't think, if I'm Peyton Manning, I don't think I look back and think, we could have won it again. There was nothing left in the tank. He exhausted absolutely everything he could out of his football career. I know there was a little left in the tank with John. Was it a full season's worth? I don't know. But if there's any left, man, I'm running that thing dry. I'm running out of gas on the last lap at Daytona and just having to park it on the bank and be like, well, I guess this is where the ride ends.
But also going out a back-to-back Super Bowl champion versus potentially leaving injured and never playing again. Michael Jordan's legacy is great. Should have never played for the Washington Wizards.
I mean, it doesn't tarnish it at all.
It doesn't tarnish it, but people always kind of jokingly bring up the Wizards. You never have to bring that up with John. You never have to bring that up with Peyton. They won the Super Bowl in their final game.
But he doesn't have any questions in his mind. There's nothing left. Could I have done it? Nope. You exhausted it. I think that's a better way to go. All this you're going to tarnish it. No, you're not. And you know what? If people look at that badly, that's on them. That's on them. I'm going to go out there, and if I've got, if God gave me 180 games, I'm playing 181, and then I found out, okay, God only gave me 180 games in this body. I ain't going out at 179 and wondering.
Speaking of teams of destiny, the 01 Avs obviously had Ray Bourque. They had lost the year before with Ray. And then I do think the 22 Avs, once they beat St. Louis in round 2, you kind of knew they were going to win the whole thing. They go on to sweep the Oilers. They beat the Lightning in 6. Never had to play a Game 7. It was getting over that round 2 hump. That was the knock on them. Can't get past round 2. Beat St. Louis Game 6, dramatic fashion in their place. And then there wasn't much of a question the rest of the way. They were going to hoist the Stanley Cup. Went 8-2 in their final 10 games.
Game 5 against Tampa when they lost here.
Yeah, they were up 3-1 in the series, though, so you could afford to lose it.
But then I think we all got a little worried at that point.
You didn't want to go lose in Game 6 and have to come back here and play a Game 7.
And in 2001, was that the year they played Game 7?
Oh, yeah, they beat the Devils in Game 7, yeah.
So you're playing a game that anything can happen.
I mean, Ray Bourque, 22-year career came down to 60 minutes of hockey. Whether or not he was going to be remembered as a champion, and luckily the Avs pulled
They blew it the year before. I don't think both those teams were really good. I don't think either one of them was a team of destiny because, to me, a team of destiny was just a foregone conclusion. I guess the Ray Bourque thing has a little bit of a Disney movie aspect to it, but they lost the year before. I just can't put them as a team of destiny.
All right, well, the World Cup's been great. Got the final on Sunday, Spain and Argentina. In the meantime, ESPN released their top 10 safeties as voted on by execs, coaches, and scouts. Where did Brandon Jones and Talanoa Hufanga from the Broncos check in? We will tell you coming up next.
Here we go, boys! ESPN polled NFL execs, coaches, and scouts to rank the best players at every position, and the Broncos skill guys got dismissed. Bo Nix led 7 game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship game, and didn't crack the top 17 quarterbacks. Meanwhile, Courtland Sutton just made the NFL top 100 for the first time. The team added Jalen Waddle, and nobody outside of Colorado seemed to notice. Are the league's decision-makers sleeping on Denver's offense, or is there work to be done on Davis Webb's side of the ball? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Denver Deck Builders can absolutely build you a great deck, but as their owner, Ron Gibas, explained to me, they can do so much more.
Well, sometimes people will want a roof over it. Sometimes they'll want a kitchen, hot tub. But whatever the family needs are, the bottom line is they're wanting to spend time outside in a little bit different environment than their kitchen table. They're with their kids, their friends, and they're enjoying building relationships and building memories.
Start planning your dreams with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
ESPN released their top 10 safeties as voted on by executives, coaches, and scouts. Where do Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones check in? It's Will Peterson and James Marilat in for Dover and Cecil. James, these top 10 lists have been fun. Today was the last one. You know, ESPN did the quarterbacks, the running backs, the receivers, the corners. We've hit on all.
They're not doing punters?
They're not doing punters. Jeremy Crawshaw not gotten his day in the sun.
Long snappers?
Nope.
Kickers?
Will Lutz not getting ranked either.
This is it, huh?
This is it. Safeties today. 10 safeties in the top 10, no Broncos. 5 honorable mentions, no Broncos. Also receiving votes, Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones. So 15 safeties in front of both of them. I'll give you some names as the segment goes on, but what do you make of the fact that neither Hufanga or Jones could crack the top 10, or really, when you look at the honorable mentions, crack the top 15?
It doesn't bother me. I think they're both good players. I think Hufanga's a really good player. I think if he hangs on to a couple more interceptions last year that hit him right in the hands, he kind of catches like a World Cup goaltender. Like it hits his hands, he just knocks him down. He doesn't hang on to him.
Stone hands.
Yes. I think he probably makes the list, probably makes at least honorable mention at that point because his stats are a little sexier. But it's not a knock. I don't think this is a huge snub. I think they're both, like I say, good players. I think Hufanga's the better player. But there are 64 safeties in the league, right? Every team's
Starters,
got 2
yep.
starters. So not cracking the top 15 isn't a, and the fact that they got some votes. If they got no votes at all, I would be scratching my head and saying, hey, what's going on here? Like, we're missing something.
J.K. Dobbins did not get a single vote in the running back
so that's
list.
an oversight.
Yep.
Right? Because through the 10 games that he was healthy, he was one of the top 10 backs in the league for sure.
Well, and according to J.K., he told the Denver Post he's going to lead the NFL in rushing this
I like
year.
the confidence. I'll believe it when I see it. But okay. But he should have received a vote. I think Hufanga's a better player because to me, and this is hard to quantify because you can't do it with a number, but when I look back at the best safeties I've ever watched in my life, right? It's the Ed Reeds, the Troy Palomalus, even recently, Budda Baker at his height, Honey Badger at his height. When you're watching a game, it feels like there's 3 or 4 of them out there. Like, how many guys are wearing number 32? He seems to be everywhere.
Right.
Hufanga's kind of that guy, right? He's in the backfield stuffing a run. He's getting a sack. He's making a play on the outside on a bubble screen. He's defending a play down the middle. He's coming up in the box and getting a tackle on a run. Like, just feels like there's a lot of guys out there wearing his number. I think he's more of that than Brandon Jones. I think Brandon Jones is a really solid player. You certainly don't look at him and go, geez, that's a liability.
Well, he got hurt last year, remember? And P.J. Locke came in and played pretty darn well. It was one of the reasons I was not a huge fan of them letting P.J. Locke leave for the Dallas Cowboys. I would have kept that depth.
P.J. Locke was a good depth guy, but it kind of goes to the point. When Brandon Jones went out, they didn't really miss a beat. If Hufanga went out, it'd be like, how are we replacing this guy? So I think he's closer to making this list. Had he made the top 10, I wouldn't have said, wow, how did that happen? But when he's outside the top 15, I don't think that's a grand oversight. I think he's probably somewhere between 16 and 20, though. I think he's in the upper half of, if there's 64 starting safeties, he's clearly in the upper half. I think he's in the upper third. So the top 20, 21 is the upper third. That's about right.
Let me hit you with the list. Kyle Hamilton from the Ravens, number 1. Derwin James Jr., who we, of course, know from the Chargers, 2, followed by Xavier McKinney, Brian Branch, Jesse Bates. They round out the top 5. Nick Emanwari, Antoine Winfield Jr., Budda Baker, Kirby Joseph, Callan Bullock in the top 10. It does strike me, though, safeties is not as sexy a position maybe as it once was, because those names, you and I work in sports, we know who all 10 of those guys are, but I don't think the average person driving down the road knows who all 10 of those safeties play for, whereas everyone on offense, people know because of the fantasy football, of course. And then edge rusher, I mean, those are household names, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, folks know all them. But safety, for whatever reason, and we saw it, what was it, 5-6 years ago, everyone was paying their safeties. Remember Justin Simmons got big money? Mm-hmm. Now it feels like safeties don't really get paid. It's the ebb and flow of positions in the NFL. We've seen it with running backs, right? Everyone wants a running back. Now no one wants a running back. Safeties kind of feel like they swing on the same pendulum.
Yeah, I mean, I think reading that list, I don't have an issue with any of those guys. I don't. I also wouldn't have had an issue with any of them being left out of the top 10 either. I think you could put
maybe Derwin James.
Okay,
that's
like
a great
if,
player.
If you wanted to pick, and that's exactly the guy I would have gone with too. If you said it, somebody on that list who you think is a great player, I think him and Antoine Winfield Jr. would be the 2 guys I would mention because they've maybe not last year per se, but over the course of the last 5 or 6 years, they fall into that category of who on that list do you think has a potential to be in their team's Ring of Fame or a future Hall of Fame consideration. maybe those Buda Baker, maybe.
Buda Baker's a great player, gets lost on a bad team.
Yeah.
He also, and I'm not holding this against him, he has a cool name.
Sure.
He gets mentioned on the broadcast all the time because every announcer likes to go, Buda Baker, Buda Baker, Buda Baker.
Troy Polamalu had great hair.
Head and shoulders.
He was an awesome player, but his look also helped him get noticed.
Hufunga's got that going for him a little bit, too.
He's got the Quinn Miners effect. Really good player. People call him great because, hey, we know who that guy is. That's the guy with the big belly. Same kind of thing. That's what it is. Nobody
else. Segment about safeties, Quinn Miners' cool belly catches a strike.
Nobody pays attention to guards. But if you're Quinn Miners and you're the belly, now all of a sudden we know who you are.
He
that
chops
helps.
wood in the forest, too. That's fun.
It helps. That's all I'm saying. But that's a good list. It's not a great list. You could have taken the top 20 guys, put all their names into a hat, pulled out 10, and that's your top 10, and nobody would have had a beef with it. They wouldn't have.
Like the quarterbacks one, that got dissected over and over
Correct.
again, and rightfully so. It's the most important position in all of sports.
Correct.
But this one, yes, were people ticked that Bo Nix was in a category with Daniel Jones and C.J. Stroud? They were. They thought that was disrespectful to Bo. No one's ticked that Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones are in the also receiving votes, much like Bo Nix was.
Right. The Bo Nix, C.J. Stroud thing, like you just got to look at what Bo Nix did against Buffalo and what C.J. Stroud did against New England. Like, come on, what are we talking about here?
And Daniel Jones, I mean, that guy was a bust with the Giants. He had, 6-7 games with the Colts that were decent last year.
Yeah.
And we're saying the tier that Bo Nix is in, tier 3, not top 10, not honorable mention, is C.J. Stroud and Daniel Jones. That felt disrespectful.
If you had to play the AFC title game at home last year against New England with one of those three quarterbacks, who are you picking?
Bo Nix is not even close.
You don't even have to think for a second. And I think Daniel Jones is maybe second. I don't know. At home, maybe C.J. Stroud is more effective than he was so bad in New England.
Right. And
it's hard to get that game out of my mind.
His rookie year in Houston. I don't know what happened to C.J. Stroud. That's a weird one.
Yeah, and
his rookie year was pretty promising with the Texans. It really was.
There's some recency bias here in a negative way because the last time we saw him was so bad.
He was pathetic.
It was so bad.
Yeah.
So, that's probably a little bit unfair. But no, of those three, I'm taking Bo Nix in a heartbeat. And I don't know that there's 9 quarterbacks in that situation in that game in the NFL that I'm taking ahead of Bo Nix.
Well, it goes back to what Colin Cowherd said about Lamar Jackson and Bo Nix. You'll hear some of that coming up next.
3 and 9. That was Coach Prime's reality last season, and it forced a total reset. Deion Sanders told the country no more chasing 5-star mercenaries through the portal. This time, 43 transfers, 0 5 stars, all guys with something to prove. His words, hungry players who won't bolt at the first sign of adversity. And on the high school side, 20 commits for 2027. CU's best class of the Sanders era so far. So is this the blueprint that finally works in Boulder, or is it too little too late? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Most small business break-ins happen between 2 and 5 a.m. The owner finds out when they unlock the door at 7. Pull footage from a consumer system and you get a silhouette in a hoodie. Nothing identifiable. Vantage installs cameras that read a face in total darkness. And they don't stop at cameras. Access control, network, intercom, cabling, AV. One company, one number. Ready to invest in real security for your business or property? Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit business.vssicolorado.com today.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
All right, we've got an update on our free T-shirts for Training Camp 2026 that we've been giving away. The one at Santiago's Mexican Restaurant in Golden, 2501 4th Street, is done today. It's done, James. That window has come and gone, but we just chatted with our program director, Amanda. It sounds like there was quite the demand for the T-shirts, which is awesome, but we have a PSA. Got to get there early.
Yeah, they were all gone within 8 minutes. 8 minutes. So get there early. Get in line. You know, if you show up at 9 minutes after it started, you're probably not going to get a T-shirt. So there are plenty to go around, but it's while supplies last, right? So you got to get there early, and make sure you get your spot. Don't miss out.
Well, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., but maybe 8 a.m. to whenever.
Let's see if tomorrow we can break the record. The record is 8 minutes.
It's the next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 T-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's again. Santiago's Mexican Restaurant located at 860 Kinner Street in Castle Rock.
Come on, Castle Rock. You can beat Golden.
Limit
8 minutes.
One per person while supplies last. More details, find another location near you. Head to DenverSports.com/shirt. So we had not been promoting that. We're officially now promoting that. So want to let everyone down south know. Castle Rock, 8 to 9 tomorrow morning, 860 Kinner Street, Santiago's Mexican Restaurant. All right, what do you make of all these top 100 lists? You referenced Cortland Sutton earlier in the show. He's 68.
Mm-hmm.
The big headline in Denver was, hey, Cortland made the list the first time. Good for him. The big headline nationally was Cortland Sutton was ahead of Lamar Jackson, who fell from 2 to 69 as voted on by fellow players.
Lamar Jackson did not have a good season last year. I feel like the window has closed for Lamar Jackson. One of the most dynamic players to ever play in the league. Just a guy that in his prime was dangerous in two ways that we've seen very few players play at that level. He was Michael Vick-esque, right? Where just he could beat you with his arm, could beat you with his legs. I just feel like his ability to beat you with his legs, and it's just father time, right? Like that starts to diminish with each passing year, and I don't feel like his game as a passer has developed, right? Like, if you look at John Elway early in his career, he was much more of a scrambler, running around. He not in the Lamar way, but he could beat you with his legs. As that part of his game diminished, his abilities as a passer got better and better and better. I haven't seen that with Lamar. I don't think Lamar wins the Super Bowl. I think John Harbaugh walking out that door closed that window for good. Do you expect Lamar to have a bounce-back season this year?
No. I don't think Baltimore is the best team in that division.
Their over-under at one point was like 11.5.
Feels high. I think Pittsburgh. I liked Mike Tomlin. I still like Mike Tomlin. I just think it had grown really stale. We used that word with Michael Malone. Well, you want to talk about stale. Mike Tomlin was there about 10 times longer than Michael Malone was the Nuggets head coach, or at least it felt that way. It certainly wasn't that exactly, but I think Rodgers still maybe has something left in the tank. I think people are sleeping on the Steelers. I think if Joe Burrow's healthy, Cincinnati is still a problem. You could tell me, I wouldn't say you were crazy if you told me today Baltimore finishes third in that division.
I don't think that's crazy at all. I think Cincinnati, if they stay healthy, is the best team in that division. I don't think it's particularly close. I think Aaron Rodgers, I think the ship has sailed there too.
Well, Colin Cowherd, maybe the most popular radio host in the country, was reacting from Lamar Jackson falling from number 2 to number 69 on the NFL Top 100 list, as voted on by the players. There's a tie to Denver. Here's Colin.
Take Bo Nix today in a fourth quarter come-from-behind situation. Bo Nix over Lamar Jackson. Why? Because the analytics and data tell you he's better. I watched Bo Nix go toe-to-toe with Josh Allen in a division round playoff game with a broken ankle. A kid against the best player in the league.
All right, so he's taking Bo in fourth quarter situations. We do have to correct Colin just a little bit. Yeah. Bo had not broken his ankle in the first quarter against the Bills. He broke it on the second to last play of the game.
Yeah.
But the point is well taken that, yes, Bo played better than Josh Allen that day. Maybe the game of the NFL season. Now, Josh had 5 turnovers. He moved the football. They just couldn't protect it. That's ultimately a huge reason why the Bills lost to the Broncos and Denver moved on to the AFC title game. But this is some major national love for Bo Nix, even a guy like Colin Cowherd. Remember, Lamar's won 2 MVPs. 2 MVPs. And he says, I want Bo Nix over Lamar back against the wall fourth quarter situation.
I'm 100% with him. If there's a minute 50 to go in the game, the Broncos are down 4, and they get the ball at the 20, have to go 80 yards and get in the end zone to win it, I'll take Bo Nix over Lamar Jackson right now. Like Lamar Jackson 5 years ago? Okay.
He did win an MVP in 23.
Okay, Lamar 3 years ago, maybe. But I think right now, I just think Bo's got 2 ways to beat you too. You're right. He can run around. I'm assuming he's healthy, right? But he can run around, make plays with his feet, buy extra time, move the chains, and he's kind of got that magic, hard to put your finger on trait. He just comes up big in big moments.
He does.
I think
he's clutch.
I think it's his number one thing right now is he's clutch. He can little Elway-esque. If he can look awful for 3 quarters, and all of a sudden he just comes alive in the fourth quarter. That's how John was early in his career. Probably the first 8 or 9 years of his career, there were a lot of those kind of games. You don't get 47 fourth quarter comebacks because you play great in the first 3 quarters all the time. A lot of the times they were behind was because John didn't play very well, but he was able to pull it out in the end and rip victory from the jaws of defeat. Bo's got that trait. In that situation, I would take Bo Nix over Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think I would too. I don't disagree with Colin. It makes me pause and think about it for sure because I want to be careful that we're not pretending like all of a sudden Lamar Jackson can't play. Like, I don't think that, we were talking about tanks earlier with Elway and Manning and what was left in the tank. I don't think Lamar Jackson's tank is any less than half full. Like, I still think this guy has 5, 6, 7 years of very high-quality football ahead of him.
I don't. If Lamar Jackson never plays another playoff game, I won't be surprised.
Really?
I'm part of that organization. Like, I think John Harbaugh was a really good coach. He took 3 minutes to get a new job once he left there. They couldn't have hired him quicker in New York. I think it's a really good hire by the Giants. I think he's a very good head coach. We'll see where that organization goes. We'll see.
How old's Lamar? I'm looking right now. He's 29.
Yeah, but
you're talking about this guy like he's 34.
He came into the league at like 20.
He was early.
I mean, there's some tread off those tires.
You mentioned that Bo Nix is clutch. What do you make of these people? And you may be one of them because you've made some jokes before. You compared him to Elway, which I think Broncos fans will love to hear. You've also put Bo Nix in the same sentence as Tim Tebow before.
Yeah, and people take it as a knock. He's right-handed Tebow.
Well, it should be a knock.
It's not. No, not at the time. Now I think he's surpassed Tebow at this point.
Oh, so he's no longer right-handed
but
Tebow?
back at the time, it was like, listen, the guy can play and look kind of awful for 3 quarters. And then all of a sudden he's magical down the stretch. Who does that sound like in recent memory?
Yeah, but come on, man. Tim Tebow had a game in Arrowhead where they only trust him to throw, 3 passes? That's never going to happen with Bo Nix.
I understand that, right? Part of that's the situation. Part of that's the coach. Part of that's hey, I want to make sure I'm looking smart and I'm looking right, and I'm going to do everything I can to ensure that my young quarterback puts up good numbers. Like, there's a lot of times like, hey, we could have pitched it to JK here and got in the end zone, but let's run that neat play I drew up to get Nate Atkins wide open so we can get Bo a touchdown pass here.
It's fitting your narrative.
There's some of that going on. There's a little stat padding going on.
But do you care who gets the credit of who catches the ball? The quarterback's got to throw it, whether it's Nate Atkins or Cortland Sutton. But that only counts for 1 for Bo either way.
But what I'm saying is they could have run the ball in for a touchdown, and Sean decides, let's run that play I drew up at 1 o'clock in the morning on Thursday night to get Nate Atkins wide open because I'm gonna pad Bo's stats.
R.J. Harvey scored 12 touchdowns last year.
Was it 7 of them that were through the air?
Handful of them, yeah.
Okay. There's a little step. I'm all in on Bo. I think Bo's great. I'm excited about Bo. You're telling me you don't think that Sean Payton called plays to pad Bo's stats a little bit?
Well, glad he was my fantasy quarterback if that was indeed
I'm just telling you
the case.
That's what happened. That's 100% what happened.
Bill Barnwell has NFL trade tiers at ESPN.com with players that are worth first-round picks. How many do the Broncos have? That conversation is next.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Summer weather can be full of surprises. If your home has been affected by the recent storms, trust a local professional roofer with decades of combined experience. Golden Spike Roofing is here for all your repair or roof replacement needs. Call today for a free inspection and estimate for roofing done right down to the last nail.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
How many do the Broncos have? Let's go through this. It's Will Peterson and James Merrill hanging out for Dover and Cecil today. So I want to be clear, this is strictly a hypothetical. It's a way to assess trade value of different players around the NFL. Number one on Barnwell's list is Pat Surtain II. It would take 2 first-round picks and more for a team to pry him away. Again, giving the disclaimer, they're not trading PS2, but it's a fun exercise because it shows you who the most valuable players are on each team. Barnwell brings up, James, that Sauce Gardner netted the Jets 2 first-round picks, so with Surtain being a better player than Sauce, he would get 2 picks and more in a hypothetical trade situation.
Yeah, and I think that one's actually accurate. I wouldn't make that trade right now because the Broncos are in a Super Bowl window, but I'd think about it. Like if you got 2 1s and 2 2s for Pat Surtain, let's say the Broncos season goes off the rails and they're 3-7 at the trade deadline. It's not going to happen, but let's say it does. And some team just thinks a lockdown corner is going to put them over the top. It's one of those 3 teams atop the NFC West. It's like, you know, it's San Francisco and Seattle and the Rams, and they're all vying to win that division because whoever wins that division is probably the 1 seed, and they're going to have, you know, the HOV lane to the Super Bowl. If somebody made you that offer, you'd have to at least consider it. That is for what should be future starters.
I would consider it, and then I'd hang up in about 6 seconds.
I don't know, man. Like, first-round picks and second-round picks should be starters for you.
But he's Champ Bailey 2.0. He's a generational talent. He's a surefire Hall of Famer.
I get it, but you'd consider it. Now, I ultimately wouldn't make the trade, But I think Barnwell hits a nail on the head there because that would make me think. It's a little bit like an over-under, right? Like I heard him talking yesterday, like where is Bo Nix going to land on this NFL Top 100? And I think it was Jake who set the over-under at 49.5. Great number because I don't know which way to go. If he came in at 52, I wouldn't be shocked. If he came in at 47, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, really good over-under. That's what I think of this potential, or in terms of value for Pat Surtain. I'd have to think about it. That's what makes it the right combination.
Yeah, it's a fun article for sure because he even mentions, a year ago I said, here's Micah Parsons' value, but of course the Cowboys are never going to trade Micah Parsons, and then next thing you know, a few months later, he was a Green Bay Packer.
Never say never. Now, some of the guys he had at the top of his list, what he says is their value is just preposterous.
All right, let's continue on the Broncos. We'll get to that in just a moment. 1 first-round pick and more. Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, Bo Nix are the 3 guys in that tier for Barnwell. That, you'd not only have to offer me a first, but you'd have to give me more to pry away Allen, Bonito, or Nix.
I think Bonito and Nix for sure. Because I don't think you couldn't replace Nick Bonito for sure with the first-round pick. You couldn't. Would you take 2 starters that are going to play here for 6 to 10 years for Nick Bonito? Yeah, potentially. So a first and a second, I'd think about it. Bo Nix, no. And it's not because I'm driving the Bo Nix hype train. It's because I lived through the 8 years of quarterback purgatory here in Denver, and I have no interest in going back into that, and they found their guy. So it doesn't matter how many starters you give me. If you don't have a quarterback, your team can't go anywhere. So absolutely not. No way would I trade him for a first and second. If somebody called me this season, if the season's off the rails, and offered me a first-round pick for Zach Allen, I'd make that trade in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat. I don't know. Allen has more hits, on any quarterback than Myles Garrett. He's got 131 over the last 4 years. Second is Myles Garrett with 123.
He's an interior defensive lineman.
But he hits the QB more than the premier pass rusher in the NFL.
I understand that, but he's an interior defensive lineman. You don't necessarily game plan for him. He's a very good player. You could even call him great. I think there's 2 great players on this team, Pat Surtain and Nick Bonito. I think the next 2 that could come into that conversation in order are Zach Allen and Bo Nix. So, but if the season was going off the rails and I could get a first-round pick for a guy that's, in his 30s, that plays a non-premium position, heck yeah, I'm making that trade.
All right, we'll disagree on that one. 1 first-round pick, according to Bill Barnwell, would be Jalen Waddle and Quinn Miners. Waddle makes a ton of sense. He basically just got traded to the Broncos for 1 first-round pick. A little more. The Broncos had to do some pick shuffling. And then Quinn Miners, guy who has all pro nods over the last couple seasons.
If somebody wants to give me a first-round pick for Quinn Miners, I take it today.
Because you don't like his position.
He's a guard. He's an interior offensive lineman. He's got protection on his left from Luke Wattenberg, protection on his right from Mike McGlinchey, right? Like, he's not a left tackle. I'm telling you, if the Broncos are 3-7 and they're sellers at the trade deadline, they will get more phone calls about Garrett Bowles than they will Quinn Miners. Because if the Rams, let's just use them as an example, lose their left tackle, season might go up in smoke. We better go get somebody. They'll give up more for Garrett Bowles. We lost our right guard. We'll plug somebody in there. We'll help him out with this, with that. He's got a guy on his right to protect him, a guy on his left to protect him. It's just less of a big deal. It's not a premium position. If somebody wants to give you a first-round pick for Quinn Miners, buy the plane ticket.
He's one of the best guards in the NFL, if not the best guard in the NFL.
Great.
I mean, guards are important. Like,
at
some point, I get it. I'm with you. Tackles are more important than guards, but you're kind of acting like guards are the holder on the field goal. Like, they do a fair amount any given Sunday.
Quentin Nelson's been the best guard in football for 6 years.
Jonathan Taylor's had a lot of success running behind Quentin Nelson for 6 years.
What if the Colts won?
Well, their running back, did he have a 2,000-yard season or close to that?
What if the Colts won? Nothing.
Because they haven't found a QB since Andrew Luck retired. They had 8 good games to Daniel Jones, then he ripped his Achilles. That was it.
Okay, let's just keep it here. And I almost hate to put this out in the universe, but we're down at training camp.
Mm-hmm.
The cart comes out. It's an offensive lineman that's down. Which one worries you more? It's Garrett Bowles or it's Quinn Miners? It's 72 or it's 77?
There would be knots in my stomach for either one.
Agreed. Neither one would make me happy, but if it's Garrett Bowles, it's, what are you going to do?
Yeah, losing a tackle, we saw it with the Chargers last year. That can sort of derail a season.
Correct. There's no team this year that we're going to say, why did they not make the playoffs? Oh, they lost their guard. It's just not going to happen.
To not give you too much credit, but the Broncos did lose Ben Powers last year, and it felt like they didn't miss much of a beat with Alex Palczewski in the lineup.
If they lost Garrett Bowles, it would be you got to go get somebody. If they lost Mike McGlinchey, talk about an underrated guy. I mean, from the time Orlando Franklin retired till the time they got Mike McGlinchey, it was like 19 different players that started at right tackle.
Jawan James, Ronald Leary.
It was a disaster, right? Donald Stevenson, like a different guy all the time. I'm not saying Mike McGlinchey's a Ring of Famer, but man, they haven't had to worry about that position since they signed him. That is a luxury. I would say he would be a bigger loss for the season than Quinn Miners. I'm not saying Quinn Miners isn't a really good player, but guard is just not a premium position for a reason. You have somebody on each side of you to help you out.
Garrett Bowles checks in on the missing out category.
Barnwell's that's a miss. Somebody would give you a
Barnwell.
first-round pick for that if they had a desperate need at left tackle. He's off base.
Let me read you what he says. I was glad to see the wildly underrated Bulls earn a first-team All-Pro for the first time last season, but at 34, Bulls is one of several veteran tackles who wouldn't be able to command a first-round pick in a trade strictly because of his age. I do understand where Barnwell's coming from. He's 34. Remember, Bullsy came out of Utah late. And, the Broncos didn't draft him until he was, 24, 25, 26 years old?
Yeah.
I mean, Garrett Bowles, we'd like to think, Bullsy's going to be here another 4, 5, 6 years. We don't know that. They could win the Super Bowl this year, and Garrett Bowles could retire, and it wouldn't shock me.
If the Rams are 10-0 and their left tackle goes down, and all that work and all that talent, all that team, and Matthew Stafford's last run, and it looks like it might go up in smoke because their left tackle's gone, you don't think Les Snead, the guy who we all know what he thinks of draft picks, isn't giving up a first-round pick to put Garrett Bowles out there and just solve that problem?
Well, the good news is the Broncos would just say no because Les, we're going to see you in the Super Bowl.
I get it. In this hypothetical,
yep.
Broncos are 3-7. Something happened. And Bo Nix got hurt. Whatever. Of course they would.
Well, it would remind me, not quite as much because Vaughn's a legend. He's a Mount Rushmore guy. But if they ever trade Garrett Bowles, it would feel like the end of an era. I remember when they traded Von Miller, people were like, really? Wow, Von Miller no longer plays in Denver. Again, in this hypothetical world, bad team, beloved player, spent his whole career here. George Payton clearly felt like he was getting enough value on Von Miller to ultimately pull the trigger. He could, in theory, feel that same way about Garrett Bowles.
Yeah, and in hindsight, and I don't have it in front of me, but I remember being critical of that trade, and then as it went down, I was like, oh, here's what you got. And I know Luke Wattenberg was one of them. All right, he's your starting center now. And I think the pick they got that they used on Nick Bonito was part of that trade.
Yep.
So you got Nick Bonito and Luke Wattenberg for Von Miller at the end of his career. Good trade.
It worked out. Although Von did go hoist Lombardi with the Rams.
He did.
Yeah.
It worked out for both teams.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's a premium position in an edge rusher, and Von was really good in the playoffs. He was very good in that run for the Rams. I don't know that they win the Super Bowl without him, so they're happy with what they gave up. If they lose their left tackle, the Garrett Bowles one, I'm not trying to nitpick Bill Barnwell too much here, but that's all based on need. If somebody loses a left tackle, they will overpay or would overpay in theory for Garrett Bowles, without a doubt.
Well, we will nitpick Bill Barnwell because there are some around the league that don't make a ton of sense. We'll bring in Kevin Kistner to talk about that next.
The Nuggets got bounced in the first round, and instead of fixing the roster, they've spent this offseason chasing LeBron James, a 41-year-old who, according to Shams Charania, doesn't even have Denver on his short list. Meanwhile, Peyton Watson is still unsigned. Wing defenders are vanishing off the market, and Jokic just pushed his extension to next year. So is the LeBron dream holding this team hostage? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706 866-5151.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
The most exciting part of being in the jewelry business isn't the stunning diamonds, gemstones, or famous designers.
It's not even the pride of being a part of a family-owned fine jeweler founded way back in 1947.
No, for Shayna and I, for all our jewelry professionals at Williams Jewelers, it's being there.
It's being there when you discover that perfect diamond bracelet for your loving wife for your anniversary.
It's being there for those Mikimoto pearls for your daughter's college graduation.
It's being there when you finally found that one perfect diamond engagement ring that's worthy of the woman you can't live without.
It's being there for you. It's being a part of the most precious, unforgettable moments in your life.
What's not to love?
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, PSA and T-test, and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Feeling stuck? Think bigger. Meet NASA's Meredith McKay and explore space careers, the future of Artemis, and more at the New Frontiers Diplomacy Forum, July 28th at Wings Over the Rockies. Tickets at wingsmuseum.org.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is out, O-U-T. Text out to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's out to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
So we're having fun with this Bill Barnwell list at ESPN.com. He does it every year. It's a column of trade tiers, more or less, players worth round one picks in a hypothetical trade. And we've broken down the Broncos a couple times. If you missed that, you can always go listen to the podcast or scroll back on our YouTube channel. But let's talk about the rest of the NFL, James, and we'll bring in Kevin Kistner to do this with us too. Kev, where do the Broncos stack up in terms of number of players that are worth at least a first-round pick as compared to the rest of the league?
So the Broncos have 6, which they're second, technically in second place in the AFC, just behind Kansas City, who has 7. 7 is the most, and that's a lot of defensive NFC teams: Seattle, LA, Detroit, Philly, Dallas. Somehow Dallas has 7 first-round caliber players. I don't know how that's possible, but the Broncos have 6, are tied with Pittsburgh, Houston, and Chicago. But the one thing that kind of blows my mind is Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Barnwell's got him as 6 first-round picks.
6?
6.
Wait a minute. Because I saw this on the sheet here, and I wanted to make sure I understood it. He's saying in order to pry Drake May away from the Patriots, you would have to give New England 6 first-round picks?
Yeah.
Or at least that's his relative value. That's insane.
For a guy who's completed 58% of his passes in the playoffs.
And did not look good in a single playoff game last year.
He did not. And I know he had a really good year. I know he finished barely second for MVP. But if that was the peak of Drake May's career, would any of us be shocked?
No, because the Vrabel situation feels, people can crack all the jokes they want, but it feels tenuous. Feels like that is a, one bad start away from Robert Kraft feeling like he has to make a change. Josh McDaniels, we don't like him in Denver. I still don't know how much I trust him. And I'm going to be honest with you. Out of the 2024 draft class, I know Drake finished second in MVP. He's 4th on my list right now. I think he's 4th. I think tomorrow, if I was starting a franchise, I don't know the order necessarily, but I would take Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, and Jaden Daniels in front of Drake May.
I would probably take Drake May ahead of Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels worries me because he's just so slight. Like, I think the injury issues we saw this past year are going to continue.
But when he plays, he's electric.
I get it. In his rookie year, he was electric. And I think when he's healthy and when he's at his best, I think he's more special than Drake May. And I actually like Drake May. I know that's not a popular opinion here in Denver. I think he's a good player, but give me a break. 6 first-round picks is what it would take. I mean, what GM would make that move? You know who that is? That's Mike Lynn. You know who Mike Lynn is?
Is that the Herschel Walker?
Yes. He was the Vikings GM who made that trade. I mean, if somebody called the Patriots and offered him 4 first-round picks, they're hanging up on him? Come on. That's silliness.
He's got 7 first-round picks for Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, look, when I watch Josh Allen play, it's like that guy's special. There aren't a lot of Josh Allens out there. We may not see another Josh Allen for a generation. He's the closest thing to John Elway I've seen since John Elway. So that was a generation, maybe 2 generations later. So, okay, still not going to be 7, but I get what he's saying. Patrick Mahomes pre-injury.
Also 7, by the way, on Bill Barnwell's hypothetical trade list.
Which is silly at this point in his career, given his age and given the injury. But at like prime Patrick Mahomes, okay, like.
But real quick, Tom Brady
lot.
had 2 great chapters. Won 3 Super Bowls, torn ACL, ultimately later won 3 more Super Bowls in New England and a 4th one, 7 total in Tampa Bay. I know as Broncos fans, we don't want to think about Mahomes having a second chapter, but it does scare me that maybe Mahomes got his 3, now he's in his lull, and then he could pull a Brady and get 3 more down the road.
I think what made Patrick Mahomes special was his ability to improvise. And not that he's a great scrambler or runner. He's not Lamar Jackson, but he's a great scrambler. He can buy time. He can do the little sidearm. It's the no looks. It's those plays where you're like, how many guys in the history of the league make those plays?
Off schedule
plays, right? So as he gets older, and especially as he's coming off of a leg injury, I think those are going to become less and less and less. So I think his best years are behind him, which his best years behind him are as good as maybe anybody who's ever played the position.
Yeah,
so,
GOAT stuff, for as much as that pains me to admit it.
So he's still not at that level where it would take that kind of a haul to get him at this point. That's silliness. But Drake May's not close. Like, I like Drake May, but what does Drake May do that's special?
I couldn't tell you. And maybe that's just the Patriot hater in me. But even last year, when everyone's like, he's the MVP, I'm like, Matthew Stafford's the MVP. Calm down.
I don't know that Drake May's better than Justin Herbert.
Might not be. Just plays for an organization that is so much more respected and has such a longer legacy than the Chargers do. Now, Justin Herbert's fallen flat on his face in the playoffs, to be fair.
Well, okay, but so did Drake May.
He got lucky. Drake May got lucky to play in the Super Bowl last year.
He played against C.J. Stroud when C.J. Stroud played awful.
Well, didn't he play Justin Herbert in the first round?
And that was the worst game of Wild Card Weekend. That game was awful.
Patriots, Chargers in the wild card.
Yeah,
correct.
that was a brutal game.
I mean, his path was Herbert, playoff failure. Stroud, not the same guy he was when he entered the league. Jarrett Stidham. And then Sam Darnold and the Seahawks.
So he faced Herbert at home. Was he significantly better in that game than Justin Herbert?
No, I didn't think Justin Herbert had a lot of help. Not that he was good, but I think the Chargers scored something like 3 points in that football game.
It was like 16-3 or something like that.
He threw 1 touchdown, had 3 field goals.
Drake May did.
Drake May's.
Yeah, nothing special. Not lighting up the stat sheet.
I just think he's, I think he's a good quarterback. I think he's a potentially really good quarterback. I don't think he's great. Like, to put him in this conversation where he's, if Josh Allen would take 7 first-round picks to get, Drake May would take 6. What are we watching?
It's a miss by Barnwell.
He's not even close to Josh Allen. Josh Allen, and we saw him in here make a bunch of mistakes, and that's why Buffalo lost the game, and that's why Buffalo wasn't in the AFC title game, and ultimately that's why Buffalo wasn't in the Super Bowl. But Josh Allen is special. He does things other guys in this league can't do. He does things that you can count on one hand the number of guys in the history of the league could do. Drake May doesn't have that kind of talent, and he had a really good year, and I think he's a fine player, and I think the Patriots are good at quarterback if they never move on from him for a decade. But I don't think we're ever going to look at it and say, man, that guy is a freak. We're not going to see another Drake May for 30 or 40 years. That's just not the kind of player he is.
No, I don't feel that way either. Alex got something for us.
Well, I was going to ask, because of how this list is valued, Joe Burrow would go for 4 picks. Would you rather take Joe Burrow at present, or would you rather take Drake May?
Joe Burrow, for sure.
And I don't even think it's an argument. So you're telling me that he's worth 2 more first-round picks off of one really good season. I won't call it okay. One really good season.
He's 50% more valuable than Joe Burrow. No way.
Yeah, that's a good catch by you.
Joe Burrow's banged up, so that you're buying into the injury history there of like, okay, are you going to get a full year from Joe Burrow? Joe Burrow is, talk about just being in a bad situation. I get it. He's got 2 great receivers, but he's playing behind like a patchwork offensive line half the time. Cincinnati's one of the worst organizations in all of professional sports. There's no way that if they were both available today, teams would pay 50% more for Drake May than they would Joe Burrow. If you're a GM in the NFL and you would pay more for Drake May than Joe Burrow, you should find another line of work.
You should be fired.
Correct.
All right, coming up next, James has got 2 things he wants to get off his chest, including one about Jalen Waddle. We will put a bow on this thing on the other side.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
In Colorado, relationships matter. That's why contractors across the Front Range choose Western Pacific for doors and millwork. 35 years of quality products, next-day delivery, and fast will call service. Visit GoWestPack.com. Western Pacific, local ownership, professional expertise.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here. Now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
America is celebrating, and so is Groove Toyota. The Red, White, and Drive sales event is on. Over 160 new Tacomas, only $349 a month lease. Visit GrooveToyota.com. Find your groove with $349 a month Tacomas at the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere.
Closed and leased for 36 months with $33.99 at signing. Zero security deposit on approved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details. Based on continuous operation of a Toyota dealership at this location for 60 years. Offer expires 8/3/26.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent, and that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network, and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
Nothing beats a Santiago's breakfast burrito, fresh, made from scratch, and smothered in their famous green chili every single day since 1991. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or a burrito on the go, nearly 30 locations across the Denver Metro mean you're never far from your favorite meal. And right now, when you stop into Santiago's, you can make a difference too. Round up your change, make a donation, or grab some chocolates at the counter to support Sungate Kids, helping keep Colorado's children safe. Santiago's, faithfully authentic.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception that they love to bust. You don't need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, make it happen. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 1823334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. A lot of new firms aren't even from Colorado, but we are. For 47 years, we've known Colorado law, we fought for our neighbors, and we won for our community. If you've been injured, call 303-GOOD-LAW.
One real Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, final segment here on a Thursday. Been a lot of fun, James. Enjoyed hanging out with you today, my friend.
Oh, it's been great.
That was a real ringing endorsement.
Why? I said it was great.
I said, been a lot of fun. Enjoyed hanging out with you. You kind of looked up like, am I supposed to talk now? Oh, okay. It's been great.
I was looking at my list. I'm sorry. Theater of mind. Just play along.
We are going to do the get stuff off James's chest segment here.
It's been a blast, Will.
Best show you've ever done.
I mean, the best 4 hours I've had in months.
Okay. what are the two things you want to get off your chest? We'll get to Jalen Waddle in a moment, but there was something else, and I don't know what this is. You just told me during the break. You said, "Hey, I got one more thing." So the floor is yours.
Okay, well, they're actually because I already did my rant about the British Open.
You did,
right? So
you can do it again if you want.
No. What time was that? People can go back and listen.
10:45. It was excellent.
All right, I hate the British Open. It's awful. It looks like they're playing at a Muni in Lyman. It's a joke. Hey, here comes the FedEx truck in the background. Great shot, ESPN. All right, so 3 things today that annoyed me. Right, number 1.
Oh wow! Well, you're already annoyed by whitewater rafting, horses, bar crawls, and the Savannah Bananas. So you're at 4. Let's get 5, 6, and 7 off the list.
No, I'm annoyed by having to see that's what Nikola Jokic is doing, but whatever. We won't reset that one necessarily either. I had a dentist appointment this morning at 8 o'clock in Highlands Ranch. I live in Broomfield, so I had to make that drive.
Mm-hmm.
What is with all the trash that's just on the side of the highway, not off in the dirt on your right, on the left, like between the left-hand lane and the concrete medium? It's just garbage. It's just trash. Just tires. There's like a lid from a washer and a dryer. Like, why do we just stop cleaning this stuff up? We just leave it there. So then you get the doofus in front of you who's not paying attention. He's texting, whatever, and he drifts off into it, and he starts throwing that crap back at you. Like,
wait, you had a flying washer come at you today?
Could have. Like, is there nobody? Is there no department that goes out and cleans all this crap up? It's just stuff. Like, there's literally like a bumper. There was an accident 3 weeks ago. They just threw the bumper over there. Like, pick it up. Like, what are we doing? So that's the first thing. Second thing, then I get to the dentist. When did the dentist turn? All I went in for was for a cleaning.
Okay.
When did it go from, like, they have the little spinny thing and it's minty flavored, or you can get grape or whatever, and it's polish them and they clean it. When did it go from that to where it's like 40 minutes of the sharpest tool just digging at your teeth? Like, that's how they clean your teeth now.
But that's a good thing. They're getting all that plaque off.
It's just like, I feel like I'm, I'm the Black Hills up in South Dakota, and Borgham's just blowing up and chipping away at me, and they're carving Mount Rushmore. Like, when did it turn into that? I feel like we're going backwards. Like, it's a worse experience now than it was 30 years ago.
You want soft, comfortable, minty brush.
Yes, and instead it's like a chisel.
Well, I think a good dental hygienist is making sure that by the time your next cleaning rolls around, maybe it's not as harsh.
Well, after today, it'll be a while. She's going to have to work at it next time because I ain't signing up for that again. So that was the other part. When did it going to the dentist turn into this painful procedure?
All right, so we're adding trash on I-25 and the dentist to your list, joining horses.
Whitewater rafting.
For the record, I'm with James here on both of these.
Thank you. 2-0. Kevin drives down from my neck of the woods every day. He sees all this literal crap in the road.
It's trash until we get about to Greenwood Village.
Exactly. Okay, so when didn't want to call him out by name, but when you're in the city of Denver, it's a mess. So if you're driving up and down I-25 today and you're in the city of Denver, so from about, 225 until you get to 84th, just notice all the crap that's in the middle of the highway.
Okay.
It's a joke. But here's the main thing.
Is puppies going to be last on your list?
No.
Okay.
No. All these people who complain every single year, twice a year, oh, my God, I got to remember to set my clock forward. Oh, my God, I got to remember to set my clock back. Why are we doing daylight savings? These are the same yahoos that now because they're getting rid of it, right? The only thing they can agree on in Washington, they're getting rid of daylight savings.
Well, we think. Doesn't it still have to pass the Senate?
I don't know. Like this, I feel like it's an inevitable.
Okay,
but here's what I guarantee you is going to happen. Daylight savings, they're going to bring it back by 2030. It probably won't take that long because we're going to hear about it the first year when sunrise in Denver is at 8:20 in the morning and little Johnny's having to walk to school in the dark. And, oh, my God, we're going to have to cancel school because it's dark out. We can't possibly go. Like, people don't think this stuff through. Sunrise at 8:20, Will,
is bad.
Yes. Like, they have daylight savings for a reason. We don't want to start our day at that hour. If the sun sets at 4 something, it's all good. It's all good. We're home from school. Like, I don't know how this turned into a daylight savings is just for the farmers and we don't need to do this anymore. You know what? If you're a farmer, it doesn't matter what time of day it is. You're out there when it's daylight. You don't care the time. It has nothing to do with that. So I guarantee you, daylight savings will be back in place by 2030 because as soon as people realize our kids are walking to school in the dark, there will be an uproar and it's gone. That's my list for the day.
Okay, I love your list. My biggest thing is I'm surprised you actually don't like this change, because I thought you would have been, hey, little Johnny's got to tough it out. Back in my day, I went to school, uphill both ways. If Johnny's got to wait for the bus in the dark, he's got an iPhone, he's got a flashlight on there, he'll be good to go. So it's funny, I was on the morning show earlier this week, and I mentioned this to Mark and Brandon Stokely, and they both are fans of it. And I'm like, fellas, you're doing 2.5 hours of your show in the dark.
Correct.
They don't seem to care because it's going to be light until 6 o'clock, and Stoke can go golf, and Mark can do lawn work.
No, he's not. No, they're not. It's December, fellas.
Well, it didn't snow here last year.
It's January. You're not going to go home and toil around in the yard till 6 p.m. You're not. You weren't out there toiling around in the yard now till 5. It's one of those things, like, people just like to complain about it, and they don't really think about it.
Just to play devil's advocate, I'm actually on your side here, but getting dark at 4:30 is depressing.
It is, but you know what else is depressing? I think one of the worst things in the world is having to wake up when it's dark out. Unless, I don't know what job you're going to have, that if sunrise is at 8:20, that you ain't getting up in the dark. And then you're going to have to go to school in the dark. People don't think these things through.
Yeah.
There's no reason to change it. Is it a big inconvenience? Having to change all those clocks?
No, I think it's more so that people just don't like feeling depressed because it's dark at 4:30. I think that's the bigger root of this change than changing my microwave twice a year.
But they don't understand. They act like, oh, well, now we changed this, and now it's going to stay light until 5:30. Where do you think that hour of daylight comes from? The morning.
You got to pull it from somewhere else.
Now it's going to be dark there. That's not depressing? Like, it's just like they think like, oh, it's just a magical we added an hour of daylight. People just, they drive me crazy with these things.
All right, well, that's a good list from James. He's adding on to it quickly. Make sure you tweet about all these as well so we can keep a running tally.
And I'm right about the Savannah Bananas. It has jumped the shark.
Let's get to Jalen Waddle.
Over it.
Because you think that the hype train for Jalen Waddle may be a little bit out of control. Do explain, please.
And I was a big fan of the trade at the time. I'm still a big fan of the trade. I like Jalen Waddle a lot. I think Jalen Waddle, when the situation in Miami wasn't just an absolute dumpster fire at quarterback, was one of the elite receivers in the league. Was he Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase? Maybe not, but he wasn't that far from being in that conversation. He really wasn't. He's a great, great player when he's healthy and when he's got a quarterback and he's in a good situation. So it's not that I dislike the move. I think the number one thing the Broncos needed to add in the offseason was a playmaker. Didn't matter if it was a running back, a tight end, or a receiver. They needed somebody that worried opposing defensive coordinators. Jalen Waddle checks that box. I think we should pump the brakes a little bit, though, on he's going to be the number one receiver, and he's going to be the guy that he's going to be 30% of the offense, and some of the hyperbole that you hear.
Why is that? Because I think Jalen Waddle in his prime in Miami, I think he's still in his prime, was excellent.
Agreed.
He and Tyreek Hill were virtually unguardable for a good chunk of a season. They had a playoff game. They had to go to Kansas City. It was like negative 35 degrees. I think Jalen Waddle's the most purely talented the Broncos wide receiver have had since maybe the late Demaryius Thomas. I mean, we're going a ways back to find a receiver as explosive as Jalen Waddle that played for the Broncos.
All of that is 100% true. Last year this time, we were talking about how Evan Ingram was going to be a big difference maker at tight end. He was going to be the joker. They were going to be able to do all these creative things. They were going to create these mismatches. He was going to stretch the field on and on and on and on. It didn't materialize. Didn't have a terrible season, but didn't have a great season. I think overall we would look at it and say it was disappointing.
He had two plays that I remember top of mind. The long play in overtime against the Commanders, which ultimately resulted in a touchdown. He did win that game. And then he did catch one of those touchdowns in Philly, that great comeback against the Eagles.
Correct. So 2 plays. What wasn't a disaster, but it also wasn't a home run. It was on a scale of 1 to 10, a 5 being like, it was right down the middle. It was probably a 4. It was disappointing. So that leads me to believe, okay, it takes a while for them to figure out how to use a new player. And I think Bo Nix, his go-to guy is Courtland Sutton. He trusts Courtland Sutton, especially on 3rd down and 4th down. That's where he's going. So I don't think that's going to instantly change just because Jalen Waddle is there. Doesn't mean I don't think it's going to work out eventually. It just means I kind of want to see how much time this takes for it to all kind of get in sync. So that's part of it, especially given the fact that during the offseason, the quarterback hasn't been on the field.
Yeah, but comparing Ingram and Waddle, like we were all excited about Ingram, but was that more, he's tweeting the Joker gif of Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight, and Sean won't shut up about the Joker, and to the point where George is like, I'm sick of hearing about the Joker, talking about George Payton, of course. Like, I think Evan Ingram was sort of media-driven / player-driven / organization-driven hype. I think Jalen Waddle is so much more talented than Evan Ingram has ever been, even when he had the 100-yard catch season or whatever it was in Jacksonville.
I don't disagree with that. I don't. I just think there's, in Sean Payton's tenure here in Denver, and it's 1 year, we're 1 year removed from it, we've seen a splashy offensive addition take some time to become part of the offense. Now, they're different positions, so maybe it'll be different this time around. I'm just saying that causes me a little concern. The other part of this is we've seen multiple years at the end of the season Sean Payton get up there and say, we got to figure out a way to get Marvin Mims involved. We got to figure out a way to get him to be a part of the offense. He's explosive, big plays, and then the next year it comes out, and for 10 weeks it's the same thing as it was the year before.
It does feel like he has highlight reel plays all the time late in the season, maybe not September, October.
And Jalen Waddle is a far superior wide receiver to Marvin Mims. That's not a knock on Marvin Mims. That is praise of Jalen Waddle. He's a better route runner. He's a more experienced player, so therefore his football IQ is higher. Part of the reason that Marvin Mims isn't on the field as much as some people would like him, part of the reason he's not as big a part of the offense as some people would like, is a Marvin Mims problem. It's not just the coaching staff. But Sean Payton got up there and said, it's on us to figure out how to get him more involved. That leads me to believe, well, do they have an issue or a problem figuring out how to get a second receiver consistently involved with the offense? Cortland's the guy that Bo trusts. That's where the ball's going to go. Sean Payton, if we're looking at his 3 years here and we say, where has he wowed us with his play design? It has not been, hey, how do we get a second receiver involved consistently week after week? It's how do we get Rando that the other team's not worried about open? It's the very creative play where Nate Atkins lined up at tight end on the right side. He blocks to the right for a second, then releases across the field, and nobody covers him because nobody's paying attention to Nate Atkins at all, let alone when it looks like he's blocking and all of a sudden he's wide open, Bo hits him, it's a touchdown.
He got Frank Crum a touchdown in a playoff game as well.
He's done a great job of drawing up those kind of plays, but we haven't seen this offense. Now maybe part of it's because of what the personnel has been, to where it's like, man, week in and week out, there's two guys that are contributing at a high level. I'm not saying Jalen Waddle's not going to have a really good year. I'm just saying there are things that you look at and go, maybe this is going to take a little more time than we think, and it could be something where 5, 6, 7 weeks into the year, we're like, when is the Jalen Waddle breakout game? When is that going to happen? I think people need to pump the brakes a little bit.
All right, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARS-FM Laramie. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Way Back Burgers, and a good segue into welcoming in Philip Lindsay and Zach By with The Drive. They'll take you until 6 o'clock today.
What up, fellas?
Boys?
How you
What's
guys
up,
doing?
Fellas? Great.
I loved listening to you guys on the way in. And I've been here for a while. Had a meeting about an hour ago, but I love James's venting. I love me some James Marilat on the radio.
Oh, I know you do.
I do. And this is my
Thank
kinship. And I'm being sincere. This is my kinship. This is my one guy at the station who syncs up with my frustration with not only the situation, but everyone else around the situation when it comes to the Colorado Avalanche. And
Yes.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. James, I think it's just me and you here on The Fan. I have not heard frustration, and I didn't hear you talk about this today, so I don't mean to hijack but
Well, he ranted about the Avs a little bit today.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Their schedule came out.
Now, you sure James is not a little loopy, though? My man just has surgery.
yeah, so what
right?
happened there? I missed this.
I did. I had wrist surgery. They had to reconstruct my wrist last Friday.
Whoa.
Same type as me.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
went under the knife. Weekend was a little rough. Was supposed to host the morning show on Monday. I was like, that ain't going to happen. This is going to be a disaster. But now, totally off the pain pills. Feeling good. I got to wear this for another week and then a hard cast for 4.
So, was there something that happened, or was just overuse to the wrist?
I snapped a ligament, and then when you snap the ligament,
Yep.
the bones all start going out of place. So basically, it was like walking around with a dislocated wrist all the time.
Dang.
So everything was difficult and or painful to do. So I was like, I just got to get this.
So when I see that, so James, and we're doing radio, he's got a post-op cast on. It's not like the permanent cast. It's what you get out of the, operating room.
My man's tough.
And when I see that, I get reminded of a story, and we can circle back to Avs or not. But I get reminded of a story, and I've told this story before, but it's been a couple years, I think. When I was playing college basketball, it's my senior year, and I'm like in the playing group. My players, my teammates voted me captain of the team, solo captain. I just, and I struggled for every minute I was ever on the court. I mean, at the scholarship level, just wasn't a great player. But I was our first front court player off the bench and all this stuff. And it's like the 6th game of the year, and I go to dive for a loose ball, and we're at Bryant, which is a Division I school now. They were in our conference at the time, Division II in the Northeast 10. And I go to dive for a ball. And I'll show you guys my thumb here. I hit my thumb on someone's thigh, and the rest of my hand went the other way. And the only thing that was, the doctor said, the only thing that was keeping my thumb on my hand was the skin. It had completely ripped through the muscles and tendons there. And so I had to have reconstructive surgery, all right? And there's still a screw in my hand to this day. So I had the surgery, but the next week we were going down to play Philadelphia University, Philly U. So we take the trip from Albany, New York, down to Philly, and we're playing Philly U. And the night before, the Los Angeles Clippers were in town playing the Sixers, okay? So our coach knew one of the referees doing the game, so we got a bunch of free tickets. The whole team is at Clippers and Sixers the night before we play Philly U. And the promotions girl from the Sixers comes over and says, hey, do one of you guys from the team want to participate in a shooting contest between the first and the second quarter? And all my teammates are like, Zach. Z-Bird. And so I had all my team gear on. I had my hoodie on. It's the middle of winter. And you would have to look at my hand specifically to tell I had a post-operation cast on. So she said, yeah, okay, meet me here at this place between the first and second quarter. So I go meet her down there, and I take my hoodie off for the thing, and she sees I have this full post-operation cast on, the one that James has on. And she's like, are you sure you're going to be able to do this? Like, should we, let's grab one of the other teammates. I'm like, no, I'm doing it. Okay, I'm doing it. And at the time, I could fly. I mean, I could literally, at my peak, windmill dunks, 360s, no problems. Okay, no problem. My high school coach said I was the first ever kid who dunked in a JV game at my high school. Okay?
You have some video footage, too.
I do. And luckily I have the footage because not being from here, you guys have not seen me hit my head on a backboard. So, the fact that I have videos to support some of this stuff and slam dunk contests and all this stuff.
You got AI generated now, so we'll see how that goes.
You wouldn't want to make it this grainy. You wouldn't want to make it that grainy. But so she said, meet me here. And so I met her down there, and I said, you want to know what? I'm going to hot dog this thing. I'm pretty sure, even with my lack of hand, I'm going to be able to go up and dunk this ball. And I'm going to get a little pop from the crowd. I'm not laying it up because here's my task. Layup. You guys have seen it. Layup, free throw, and a three in 30 seconds.
Yep.
And so I try to dunk it. Rims out, back rim, right? I have to run the ball down past the three-point line, come back in, and guess what? Missed the layup.
Oh,
the ball was so pumped up like a ball at the fair.
Yeah.
At the fair, it touches anything, it's ricocheting.
I try to tell people this.
Dude, so I make the layup. I scramble to the free throw line. Now I'm doing it one-handed because I have the post-op cast on.
Yeah.
So
Good hand or bad hand?
Good hand.
Okay.
Yeah, it was my left hand. I'm a righty.
Yep.
So I get up to the free throw line, and I make the free throw one-handed. But by this time, the whole crowd, I'm the guy with the post-op cast on. And the timeouts between the first and second quarter are so long that the players, and I don't realize this, my teammates are telling me, the players in the game, the Sixers and the Clippers, are watching me do the contest while the coaches have their own huddle up.
Yeah.
And so I drill the free throw, all right? And I'm hearing the momentum of the crowd building, this one-arm shooter, and I go out to the three-point line. And if you have never stood on an NBA three-point line, it is pretty daunting.
It's deep.
It's deep. And so I fire the first one. I miss, but luckily I'm short. And it comes right back to me. And the announcers is 3, 2, and I let that thing go with one hand in front of the Wachovia Center live crowd and freaking drilled it like a boss. And the whole crowd is going crazy for me. The players apparently were laughing, legitimately laughing at me and my excitement and all this stuff. And wherever I moved through the arena for the rest of the evening, I was the one. I was so identifiable.
Yeah.
I was the guy who made the layup, the free throw, and the three with one hand.
What was the nickname? Hey, man, that's the legend.
And dude, so I was getting high fives from strangers and stuff. And so I went back down at halftime when they were warming up, and the players can now they tell me, they see me, and I had a player throw me the basketball from the court in NBA basketball during halftime, and I got this prize package for making the shot. It was a piece of the Philadelphia Spectrum floor in the last game ever played on it.
That's cool.
And the legendary stuff that happened with Dr. J and stuff. So I got this prize pack. I dropped the NBA basketball in my prize bag. No one really came up to me, and so I have the NBA ball. And after the game, we went down behind the Clippers bench as they were leaving, and Sebastian Telfair gave me his shoes.
So you got a basketball, some of the floor, and some shoes,
and like the best memory ever. And and it really was a pick me up because I just had my season. You know, the doctor told me you're done for the season, and this happened the next week. So it was a nice little kick in my butt and like an uplifting thing that like happened to me, and I'll remember it for the rest of my life. And I remember the first year you and I were doing the show. I had one of my teammates call in and co-sign that that he was there that night. And it was like the craziest.
Fantastic. Called you your nickname, man.
Yeah, sorry, I had to tell that story. When I see a
great.
post-op cast like that, that's where my head goes.
Yeah, so now it's getting to the point, it's been a week. It's like, okay, we need to get this thing off, right? Like, because they give you the soft one because you're all swollen up.
Yep.
Like my fingers over the weekend, they look like sausages. It was all stuffed in here, but now it's getting loose. Like, all right, we got to move on.
Yeah, I don't miss that, man. I definitely don't miss it, but I know how you feel.
Yeah, it's been the weekend was rough. It's fine now. Got to come in here and hang out with Will and put it out of my mind.
Well, you're at least you're learning how to use your left hand.
I tell you what, like
toilet
you
paper,
don't
huh?
like. I mean, I'm right-handed, so you do know, like, gosh, the things you do, but like, it's every little thing. It's opening a door.
Yeah.
It's shutting a cupboard. Every single thing. It's been a pain in the neck. I tell you that.
What was the spiciest take today?
Oh, he hit a bunch. He doesn't like whitewater rafting.
No, this isn't true.
He doesn't like bar crawls. He doesn't
Why?
like horses. He doesn't like the Savannah Bananas. He doesn't like the dentist. He doesn't like trash.
Damn.
And he doesn't like Little Billy having to go to the bus stop in the dark. So we got 7.
We had a lot of them. Why is Nikola Jokic not helping to recruit LeBron James? Why? Because it would interrupt with rooting for his horses and doing barrel rolls off the whitewater raft.
Well, we don't know if he's
bar crawling through
What's
Serbia.
he supposed to do? Get on his jet to Akron and go knock on LeBron's door?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, Steph Curry's active, openly recruiting him.
We don't know that Jokic didn't fire a text.
That's what I said. They have Verizon in Serbia.
But if you were thinking about, any of you guys were thinking about what station you're going to go to, and I'm like, hey, I'm about ready to put on this, crappy life jacket here and hop on this raft. Hey, Zach, hope you join us at the Fan. And then I'm off. Or I get in my car, drive over to your house. I'm like, hey, Zach, we need you here at the Fan. Come on, man. We want you here. Which one's going to be more impactful?
Oh, man. I mean, well, yeah, but like that's...
I don't know. Z, you want people to recruit,
yeah,
right?
I was going to say, I've been very critical of Deion Sanders for not doing face-to-face
Yep,
recruitment.
Yep.
It's different. It's different. You're the best player in the world. This is a guy that's in the conversation for the greatest player of all time. He's trying to decide where he wants to end his career. Get on a plane, go to wherever he is, and make your case for come join me in Denver. And let's send you out with the championship parade. Why he gets no criticism for this? Why?
Well, because we don't know.
Well, when Gary Zimmerman, was a Hall of Fame left tackle, but never in the conversation of greatest player of all time like LeBron James, was going to retire, John Elway drove to Sturgis, South Dakota.
Drove to Sturgis, that's
and
right.
recruited him to come back and play. If it's good enough for John Elway, why is it not good enough for Nikola Jokic?
Gary Zimmerman, man. That's a smart. I have to have a story about old Gary because I got to meet him at his Hall of Fame. I got to be a part of his Hall of Fame. Because there was something with the Denver Public Schools, and I was invited to go to Ohio, right? It's Canton, Ohio,
Yep.
And I got to be a part of it. And ever since then, he has followed me throughout my college career. He played for Oregon. Obviously, we beat Oregon, Texas me, went to Denver. Every now and then, he'll come back, and he'll still hit me up to this day.
Wait, John recruited him. Jokic should recruit LeBron. I don't know why I didn't get more criticism.
All right, I love these niche James Marilat criticisms. I love it. I'm here for it. It's got me thinking. At the bare minimum, it's got me thinking.
Yeah, you should go clean up the washing machines on the side of I-25.
No, he's spot on with that take. He is.
Yes,
he is. Just trash, just
everywhere.
Everywhere. All right. There's a tandem on the Broncos that needs to reestablish themselves this fall. We'll get to it next.
ESPN polled NFL execs, coaches, and scouts to rank the best players at every position, and the Broncos skill guys got dismissed. Bo Nix led 7 game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship game, and didn't crack the top 17 quarterbacks. Meanwhile, Courtland Sutton just made the NFL Top 100 for the first time. The team added Jalen Waddle, and nobody outside of Colorado seemed to notice. Are the league's decision makers sleeping on Denver's offense, or is there work to be done on Davis Webb's side of the ball? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's a real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. What that means, you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compare one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Deck Builders can absolutely build you a great deck, but as their owner, Ron Gibbs, explained to me, they can do so much more.
Well, sometimes people want a roof over it. Sometimes they'll want a kitchen, hot tub. But whatever the family needs are, the bottom line is they're wanting to spend time outside in a little bit different environment than their kitchen table. They're with their kids, their friends, and they're enjoying building relationships and building memories.
Start planning your dreams with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Thursday, July 16th, as the days continue to fall off the calendar and we inch closer and closer to Denver Broncos training camp. What up, Phil?
Woo! What's going on, ZB? Happy Thursday. They used to call it Thirsty Thursday in college. You know that.
Of course.
Right? Ooh-wee. Thirsty Thursday comes rolling around. It's time to party, boys. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Fired up to be here. We just had a spirited debate in between the two segments, the crosstalk and where we're at now, behind the scenes here. That I'm gonna there's gonna be some spicy opinions shared here today on this show, I think.
I mean, but let's just start with you and your boy James. You guys being on the same page. ZB, since I've met you, you and James have never seen eye to eye. Now all of a sudden,
not never.
I leave on vacation for 2 days.
A la carte, issue by issue. But we have gone at it before through the years. We have.
You guys go at it like cats and dogs. But guess what? I went on vacation for 2 days. 2 days, come back from Hawaii, and you switch up on me. The way you feel about the Avs, and you start to take on the same take as James.
Oh, well, hold on a second. It's not taking on the same take as James. I think James was probably a little bit premature in his take, right? Because he has had it out for Bednar for years now in a way that I haven't, and we've disagreed on Bednar.
Yeah, you used to protect Bednar.
We have disagreed. It's really one of our core arguments. But at a certain point, with new information and then more information, it's like, you want to know what? Like, even though I think he was premature in his take about Bednar, we end up arriving in the same place. And I should say similar place, not the same place. Because James doesn't think Bednar is a good coach. I disagree.
So was that his take, James? So people just know?
Yeah, that Bednar, he for whatever reason kind of lucked into this thing, and he's not a very good coach, and he's in the biggest moments, the team shrinks, and I always put more criticism on the players than the coaches.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, while I disagree with James about Bednar's level of a coach, I think Bednar's a good coach, but I think even good coaches, it could be time for a change of voice. Sean McDermott in Buffalo, right? The Bills are near and dear to my heart, but and McDermott didn't win a championship, so there's a big difference there.
Big time difference.
But at a certain point when it's like you have not won a single game beyond the second round since you won the Stanley Cup a presidential term ago, and you have been favored to win it every single year, every single playoff ouster. Think about this. Every single time they've lost in the playoffs, they've been favored to win. And you just got swept in a series where you were favored in every single game and you got swept. And it with enough information, I'm like, you want to know what? I think Sean McDermott is a good coach, but a different voice is needed.
Well, yes, but in that case specifically, he didn't win a championship like you said earlier.
Right.
With Betsy, he has. And shame on you, because now you look like the bully. You're looking for the weakest link. Say, okay, I don't want to go after Nate Dogg. I don't want to go after Kale.
Well, here's the thing.
Netches, you're new.
Well,
I'm going to go after.
Netches is new. Why?
Bednar.
They traded a borderline Hall of Famer. They've already tried to do the player shakeup thing. That was drastic. And so, once you try to do you traded one of the 5 to 7 best players in franchise history.
And we were okay with that, right?
Top 10. Yes.
Both you and I were just sitting here relaxing, chilling, and everybody was panicking.
Yes. But at the same time, it's like, what other lever is there to pull? I feel like we're talking about the Nuggets here. It's like you're not going to trade Kale or McKinnon, and you're probably not going to trade Netches if you just got him back in the Mikko deal. And it's like, man, this happened again. Because you're not losing in Game 7.
But you're also not losing Game 1, right? The first round.
Like round 1?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Well, last year? Or yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also...
Dude, Like, they have won. Like,
well, I'm talking about what just happened. They got past the Kings. They got past the Wild. Then they got stumped.
But my frustration with the Avs isn't in a vacuum about this year. It's this year. It's last year. It's the year before. And it's the year before that. And at a certain point, it's like, at what point is it like, okay, you want to know what? A new voice is needed. And in hockey, uniquely,
they change.
They do.
Change like underwear.
And the team that beat Colorado fired their coach who had won a championship with that team, and they hired John Tortorella, and they come in and sweep the Avs. And it's like,
but yet they still got beat. So yeah, they swept the Avs. The Avs had a horrible, horrible series.
Does that make you feel better that they lost to a team that didn't even go win it? The Avs, every year that they've lost, have lost to a non-cup winner.
So now you want to be the bully and go after Betsy.
It's not.
It's
not being a bully. It's paying homage. You will hang from the arena ceiling, years from now. But for right now, man, we have just moved the goalpost on this team so much.
No, we haven't. It's just that we're still in this window. Now, if the window was shut, like I believe the Denver Nuggets are right now, then yes, you can move on. But because the window is still open, I'm not saying it's wide open. I know we're going to discuss it.
It's not wide open anymore.
But it's cracked. You can still feel the breeze coming in. You still have some of the best players in the world on your team.
Phil.
You still have Netches.
Guys.
You're Bednar, who has done it. Like, you still have hope.
You still have hope, and that's where we're at. You still have hope. It was
no
cup
matter
or
what
bust.
you do, you got to have hope.
It was cup or bust 7 weeks ago. It was cup or bust. And they didn't come close to winning the cup.
Well, they came closer than the Denver Nuggets. Let's be real.
That's not where the bar is at. That's not where the bar is at with a cup or bust team. This is the President's Trophy winner.
So tell me this. Would you still feel that same way if the Avalanche would have beat the Golden Knights and moved on to the final?
If they went to the Stanley Cup final, I think this is different. But they have not won a single game beyond the second round since they won the Cup. And they've been favored every year. In every series they've lost, but they've been the favorite. And guys, listen to me close.
I'm just saying,
no.
James is a little loopy because of the pills he's taking, because of the surgery.
And there's this idea that, there's always next year. Guys, the Avs are now the oldest team in the NHL. They're the oldest team in the league. Do we realize that?
And that's why I said earlier, hey, the window is not wide open. It's still cracked.
Dude,
they are getting noticed.
If they don't win it this coming year, my belief that they'll ever win the Cup with this core goes to zero. It just does.
So you do believe, like, if they don't win it this year, they're blowing it up. Betsy will probably get fired.
Who amongst us, raise your hand rhetorically, did you realize this morning when you woke up that the Avs are the oldest team now in the NHL?
I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't. I was still thinking that they're 29, 28 years old.
Team average 31 years old. This is not the same team. And so they're aging, and they've fallen short again. And we're like, and it's just such a great year in a cup or bust year that you got halfway there. And it's maddening to me. And I feel like I am applying the standards for the Colorado Avalanche that we do for the Denver Broncos. But the Avs get treated different. No. The Avs get treated different here in Denver. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
But the thing with Denver is they came out of nowhere. We weren't expecting a 14-win team and one game away from the Super Bowl.
I'm saying in general, like when the Broncos fall short, man, we hit them. It's the NFL. You're a blue blood thing. Yep. Well, guess what? The Avs have the same amount of championships as the Broncos do, but they get treated differently. They do. We got kid gloves with the Avs. We do. We do.
Look at you.
Look at me.
You and James.
Look at me. That's right. The truth teller here on Thursday.
The truth teller.
Yep. It's me. It's you.
I can't wait.
It's you.
I can't wait, ZB. I cannot wait until the Avs are going to win it this coming year. They are going to win it. They're going to start fast and they're going to finish strong.
That would be amazing. And I'll be there every step of the way.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're not allowed to now. No.
Guess who hates the newest Star Wars movie the most?
Who?
The most passionate fans. They're the most critical. They're the most critical. So it's you and most of the hosts at this station and most of this market against me and the truth. And I feel very comfortable.
You and James. You can't just be it's
me
you
and James and the truth, and I feel very comfortable with the tag team partners in my corner. All right.
James, good company.
There's a tandem on the Broncos that needs to reestablish themselves this fall. We'll get to it next.
3 and 9. That was Coach Prime's reality last season, and it forced a total reset. Deion Sanders told the country no more chasing five-star mercenaries through the portal. This time, 43 transfers, 0 5 stars, all guys with something to prove. His words, hungry players who won't bolt at the first sign of adversity. And on the high school side, 20 commits for 2027. CU's best class of the Sanders era so far. So is this the blueprint that finally works in Boulder, or is it too little too late? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Home repairs should not feel overwhelming. That's why Homestrong is your one-stop shop. Family-owned, 20-plus years of experience, the highest-rated structural company in the state with over 300 five-star Google reviews. If you see cracks, water issues, or a cold, dirty crawl space, start with a free inspection and a free quote. Homestrong handles everything: foundation repair, basement waterproofing, crawl space encapsulation, concrete lifting, decorative concrete, even turning crawl spaces into fully finished basements without calling another contractor. Financing is available. Lifetime transferable warranty. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Don't worry, Dan, I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come into the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us. 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
Experience the new $3 Pepper Jack Steak Burrito in a decadently melty or crisp fresca for a limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary, tax extra.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Homestrong, Colorado's foundation repair and concrete experts.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is count. C-O-U-N-T. Text count to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's count to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
This is going to be a fun day. I can already tell.
That's Drew's fault.
We're just all yelling at each other through the breaks. I don't think anyone's on anyone's side. Everyone just kind of
every man for themselves,
waging their own battles here as we argue about sports. And some of you guys need to take your little thumb out of your mouth and stop sucking it, okay?
Damn.
And crawl out of your crib, okay? Because I'm saying, Zach, you are extremely disrespectful and disgusting the way you talk. I'm like, dude.
I mean, you did say it was a crime yesterday with court.
Yes, I did say it was a crime, yes. But we are, hey, 94-22, right? You sleep in your crib at night, little baby, okay? Take your thumb out of your mouth. We're arguing about sports, okay? We're arguing about sports. We are in the toy aisle of life. All right, we're not breaking down nuclear war.
Nope.
Right? I don't think Iran has come up this week on the show.
No.
Right?
No.
I don't think we talked about a way to cure cancer.
Wish.
We are. Well, you know my thought on that.
Yeah.
I think that they have found a cure for cancer, and you're not getting it because what it would mean for the healthcare industry. But yeah, we are lucky enough and blessed enough that our arguments are whether the Avs winning a championship or not, was a great year. Or losing in the Western, getting swept in the Western Conference Finals is a great year or not. Yeah, we're going to disagree on that stuff.
Arguments are the same arguments that people are having in the bars every single day.
Yes.
Every day.
Yep. And we're not supposed to agree on everything. My wife listens for an hour. She doesn't agree with half of it, right? And so
I don't think my wife agrees with anything I say.
Well, yeah.
Well.
Where's my little?
Where is
that? Here it is.
Wrong, you sensitive little flower.
Oh my gosh.
She left me a voicemail and called me a sensitive flower and told me I was wrong.
Because we were disagreeing about Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, too funny. All right, so I said going into the last two breaks, honestly. There's a tandem on the Broncos that needs to reestablish themselves this fall. We've been reacting to these, ESPN top 10 anonymous polling from league executives, NFL coaches, and NFL scouts. And the series wrapped up today. And we'll take a look, like a comprehensive look back on just how things fell during the 3 count, I think it is. But today was the final batch. And as ESPN released the top safeties today. Okay, and Hufanga and Brandon Jones were nowhere to be found inside the top 10 or honorable mention. Now, to their credit, both received a couple votes, and so their names appeared in the receiving votes category. But Hufanga, I think, was pretty damn good. So fun to watch. He's honestly one of my favorite guys to watch fly around. But, man, he left a lot of sort of air quotes like, points on the board.
Yeah.
With probably, what would you say, 4?
I was going to say 3 or 4, for sure 3, but maybe 4, maybe even 5 interceptions that
drops.
Hufanga just dropped.
Yeah. Right?
And a lot of times when you're Hufanga, and I played against that man a couple times, and he is a guy that's coming downhill with his hair on fire, and he's trying to knock you out the game. Very smart.
Yep.
All right, he knows angles well. He's fast. He's looking to try to get the ball, take the ball away from you by knocking out it, peanut punching the ball to force a fumble. And he can go so fast sometimes that he forgets that, man, you can intercept the ball. You're sitting right there, and you can take that ball and take it to the house for a touchdown. But he's so into the game that you miss those opportunities.
Right.
And there's where someone like Brandon Jones, who was my former teammate with the Miami Dolphins, he's a guy that thinks a lot during the game. He'll come up and hit your ass, but he's also thinking of that interception, thinking of that turnover, trying to bait a quarterback to think that they're playing zone and that receiver's open, and all of a sudden Brandon Jones jumps in front of it for a pick six. So I think when Hufanga had to start doing more of the heavy lifting because Brandon Jones was out with the pec, it just put a lot more on Hufanga's plate to be more in the box as a linebacker and going down there with some blitzes and trying to wreak havoc that way, and it kind of left a lot to desire when it comes to getting the ball and taking the ball away.
Yeah, so I think Hufanga was good, but when he's at his best, when that guy's at his best, he's an all-pro.
He is all-pro.
He is literally an all-pro. And was voted as such, I think 22 or 23, I want to say. And didn't he, I think he dropped an interception in the first series against the Patriots.
He did. It was the Patriots were backed up. It was backed up, and Drake May throws it, tries to get it out of his hands. Hufanga hits Hufanga's hands or even his chest.
Yes.
Doesn't catch it. Patriots have to punt, and I don't think we scored on that drive.
And think about what a defensive touchdown would have meant in the AFC Championship game. It would have defined the game. It would have meant everything. And Hufanga, to his credit, man, he's such a awesome guy to follow. His spirit is, I made the analogy, he's spiritually to the Broncos who Aaron Gordon is to the Denver Nuggets.
Yes.
And I love watching him play, but we didn't see his best. And he, to his credit, like I was saying, he came back this year and, owned it. Dude, I had to, go back on the jugs machines. I need work. Man, I left a lot of opportunities, out there on the field last year. So maybe we get that version. And then Brandon Jones, missed a bunch of time. These two guys, I think, on the back end have potential to be one of the better 1-2 safety punches in the entire NFL. And I hope we get to see that this year.
As long as they can stay healthy, they will be this year. Now for Hufanga, this is going to be your second year in the system of VJs.
Yeah.
So you're going to be a lot more familiar, a lot more comfortable. For someone like Brandon Jones, it's going to be your third year. Brandon Jones and Hufanga, they do a lot of the similar things, right? They can both play in the box. When I mean in the box, up closer to the line of scrimmage as a linebacker making the tackles. Both of them can cover. And so now as a quarterback, you can't find tendencies out. So sometimes you're going to have Hufanga rolling down and you think he's coming on the blitz. All of a sudden, Brandon Jones is coming off that blitz, right? So it's like balancing each other out, so you can't sit here and just pinpoint that Hufanga is going to always be the blitzer. And so when you can have both those guys together, it's just going to make it easier for this defense to do what they really want to do and be more balanced.
For what it's worth, this is the final year of Brandon Jones' contract.
This is it.
And I don't know if you can always bring Brandon Jones back. He has a great year. You can bring him back. He's still in his 20s. But at the same time, he's going to have to play well. And I don't know if the next starting safety on the Denver Broncos is on this roster if it's not Brandon Jones. So let's keep our eye on that tandem, rooting for those guys like crazy this year. Okay. And by the way, and I'll just say this because I mentioned Brandon Jones' contract. Broncos, if for whatever reason things go sideways, doesn't play well, gets injured again, Broncos can get out of Hufanga's contract after this year. His cap hit gets cut in half. That's the business of football. So just something for you to be informed on as a fan of the Denver Broncos. Okay. Bleacher Report suggests one trade every NFL team should consider. What did they have for the Broncos? That's next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
Skip this year's front porch roofing circus and bring in the local professionals.
Visit us at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
You know that feeling, sitting at the kitchen table, staring at a stack of bills, wondering how you got here? Credit cards, car payments, subscriptions you forgot about. It all piles up. But here's the thing. If you own a home, you're sitting on the answer. American Financing can help you declutter your monthly bills into a single manageable payment. Their salary-based mortgage consultants look at your entire financial picture, not just one piece. All right? The average customer savings is $800 a month. You may delay 2 mortgage payments and may close in as fast as 10 days. Guys, there is never any upfront fees or obligation with American Financing. This is a family-owned lender, not one of those big banks where you're just a number. So pick up the phone and start that conversation at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or simply visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with all these Bluebird days in Colorado. Enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. Through July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing is available. Visit GoBluebirdCO.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Tune in to Mile High Money.
My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how.
Helping you achieve your ideal retirement.
The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times, the answer is no.
Tune in to Mile High Money with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The Drive is heading to Aurora Hills Golf Course on July 17th from 2 to 6 p.m. Zach By and Philip Lindsay live from Aurora's original municipal course, a centrally located gem with great course conditions and reasonable fees. Live broadcast at Aurora Hills Golf Course July 17th.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, rolling along here on a Thursday. Appreciate you being here with us. Bleacher Report suggests one trade every NFL team should consider. What do they do for the Denver Broncos?
Who wants the players from the...
Well,
a lot of them. There's a lot of them out there that teams wish they could have.
And speaking of that, do you see the article from ESPN, Bill Barnwell, forecasting what whoever your favorite team is, what you would get in trade compensation in the form of draft picks if you were to put up fill-in-the-blank player. And we'll talk about that here in hour number 2 because there is some
crazy ones.
Some controversial, yeah. And like how many first-round picks would it take to trade for Pat Mahomes? Josh Allen. Bo Nix. Nick Bonito. Zach Allen. I mean, so we have all that. So it's fun as an exercise, if nothing else. But so Bleacher Report, our friends over there suggest one trade every NFL team should consider. And for the Denver Broncos, they say that the Broncos should consider trading Riley Moss for a day 2 pick. All right, so a second or third rounder for Riley. And I knew when I clicked on this and was reading through it, it was going to be one of probably 2 players, maybe 3, and we can talk about who a candidate would be. But Riley Moss traded for a day 2 pick. They say this seems like a questionable move, but Denver selected Jahdae Barron in the first round of the 2025 draft. If the Broncos don't intend to sign Moss to an extension in a contract year, they should trade him at peak value and elevate Barron on the depth chart before week 1. They finished by saying in 2025, Moss started all 17 games and tied Carolina Panthers cornerback Michael Jackson for a league-leading 19 pass breakups. On the trade block, he could draw interest from multiple suitors in need of a starter out on the boundary, end quote. Did you realize Riley Moss led the NFL in pass breakups?
I think we had this conversation throughout the year where he was like top 5, but I didn't know he ended up leading.
Yeah, it was news to me. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Which is great. That means that he's always around the ball. He's always around the ball. That means he's not getting burnt. Yes, techniques, he can be better with that. His hands and being too handsy, of course, that's why he put on the boxing gloves, so it forces him to stop grabbing. But the man, Riley Moss, sometimes ZB likes to call him Riley Boss, he's around the ball enough to knock it down. Now he needs to start getting interceptions, but you can say the exact same thing for PS2.
Sure.
Right? Being a little bit more aggressive, taking more chances on the ball so that you can get the turnovers, which that would be your reward.
Yeah, Riley, that is a fair criticism of Riley Moss for the amount of volume that comes his way because, that's why someone like Riley is amongst league leaders, or in this case, the league leader tied with Michael Jackson there in Carolina. You have to see a lot of action. And that's the life of playing opposite of PS2. But if you see that much action and you have 19 pass breakups, man, that was close to 19 different times to make an actual play on the ball and make a sudden change, play.
And guess what, Z? A lot of times, PS2, Riley Moss, they're playing man coverage, which is so much harder in the league when you got somebody like Jalen Waddle who could run a 4-3, knows the route, really shifty, getting in and out of his breaks, and you got to stay with this man. So for Riley to be able to do that, have 19 pass deflections, have one interception that needs to change, that needs to improve, but he's always around the ball, and Riley is physical. He'll come up and make a tackle. And he's only going to get better, more comfortable with the system as he's just playing in it, and he'll take more chances. But I think we need to continue to let Riley develop. The best is yet to come with that man. You know who he reminds me of is Garrett Bowles, right? Everybody was on GB, and we talk about it all the time, and everybody hated Garrett Bowles, and they would boo him. Well, I feel the same way with Riley. I don't, but I feel like the fans do. The flag comes out, and everybody starts to say, holding on Riley Moss, holding 21, and guess what? The boos start coming out. But at some point, if we're patient enough, and Riley continues to work on his technique, believes in himself, continues to have that confidence, he's going to turn things around and find himself into getting paid another contract because he's doing so well because of the opportunities given to him because of PS2 being on the other side.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing. As of right now, he's got 2 interceptions in 3 years.
Yeah.
And he's played 45 games with as much opportunity as anyone in the National Football League, literally. And so, yeah, he's got to get better at that. That's an interesting
but doesn't it
analogy
feel that way,
with Bowles, because similarly to Riley, Bowles, we never saw Bowles getting ran over or ran through like a turnstile. Not that he's not going to give up a sack on occasion, because he is, but I think he gave up 5 and 650 snaps, pass pro snaps this year. But going back to earlier in his career, it was similar to Riley, a massive technical flaw.
That was it
in his game. He wasn't a turnstile, and so Riley different positionally, but we don't see Riley getting cooked. We don't see Riley completely out of the frame and twisted up and confused and where the ball is. He's always right there. And yeah, he's got to work on his technique, but he's not the only cornerback in the league. We watch these guys so close because we're in Denver and we put, microscopes over them. But Riley Moss and you and I, as much as we disagree on this or that, we have agreed on this throughout. Riley Moss is a good cornerback. Now, a different question is he good or not is, do the Broncos want to give him an extension? And this is a huge year for Riley.
And it's a huge year, and for the Broncos, they don't have to be in a rush to give out an extension. They can play this and slow play it because of someone like Jaquan McMillan in his role, knowing that Jahdae Barron's going to have to at least battle with Jaquan. If Jahdae Barron cannot beat out Jaquan, how can Jahdae Barron beat out Riley Moss? And I've had this conversation before. Being on the outside is different than being a nickel on the inside. On the outside, you are on an island.
Right.
Nickel, you still have help with the safety, sometimes the linebacker. But when you're the outside cornerback, it's you versus you and that other guy. And if he beats you on man-to-man coverage, you don't have help. And that's when you start giving up big-time plays. So for Jahdae Barron, his biggest competition is on the inside with Jaquan. So if you get rid of Riley Moss, who's going to replace Riley? Are Chris Abrams drained? Are we confident enough that he can replace Riley Moss? Are you confident that Jahdae Barron can go out there and play on the outside when we have never seen it before? At least at the NFL level?
Well, confidence, if you listen to Sean Payton, only comes from demonstrated ability. And it's been the furthest thing from demonstrated here with Jahdae Barron. So, no, I mean,
I'm not trading Riley. That's what I'm getting at. I am not trading Riley. Like, this is a Super Bowl window.
Yeah.
Have a chance. Okay, Riley is getting better every single year. Of course, clean up the technique. And usually when you don't trust your technique, you get a little bit more handsy because you start to stress out, you panic. And if he can stop doing that, he's going to be just fine. He's going to keep getting opportunities, and Jaquan McMillan's going to keep getting opportunities. And Jahdae Barron, he better find himself a spot. Because if he can't beat out Jaquan or Riley if they give him a chance, then what happens with Jahdae?
And it's such an interesting conversation because I understand why Bleacher Report would put this out there. Because on paper, when you draft a corner in the first round, he is supposed to be playing on the boundary. But if they're not in the trenches of this football team like we are, they're not going to know that this is not gone according to plan. I don't care who you talk to, listen to, like this has not gone like the Jahdae Barron plan has not gone accordingly. And so luckily for the Broncos, they drafted already a position of strength.
Yes.
Luckily. Because if this was not the cornerback room and it was fill in the blank room, like the stress level around here would be a lot higher. But luckily, J-Mac played out of his mind. And the Jahdae Barron conversation wasn't even really happening during the season because he wasn't playing. So, but I'm with you. No trade on Riley Moss. No. Okay. Shifting gears. We'll touch on that article from ESPN that assigned trade values to some of the top Broncos. Does it make sense comparatively to where things stacked up around the NFL? Also, if the Broncos are going to avoid the year-over-year regression that history says is waiting for them, the offense needs to get way better in one crucial area, and we'll talk about it next.
The Nuggets got bounced in the first round, and instead of fixing the roster, they've spent this offseason chasing LeBron James, a 41-year-old who, according to Shams Charania, doesn't even have Denver on his short list. Meanwhile, Payton Watson is still on side. Wing defenders are vanishing off the market, and Jokic just pushed his extension to next year. So is the LeBron dream holding this team hostage? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's easy to find your groove. As America celebrates, Groove Toyota, the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro, has more reasons to celebrate. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand. GrooveToyota.com. Plus, Groove Toyota has more than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certifieds with full warranties available. Hurry into our Red, White, and Drive event. Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere.
Offer expires 7/31/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
What's up, everybody? Philip Lindsay here with the one and only Williams Jewelers. And guys, I know right now you're driving down that street and you might be thinking, dang, I really love my special somebody and I'm ready to pop that question. And if that's the case, then you know you need a diamond. So I'm going to make this simple for you, and I'm going to save you time and money by telling you something as easy as this. Whether you're starting your next chapter with your perfect diamond engagement ring, celebrating a new milestone, or finally doing something big for yourself, this is where it's all going to begin for you at Williams Jewelers. Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family. And their